burns as the feelings start. I put a wall around my heart, but you're breaking it down. It falls to the ground, 'cause I had lost what you just found. The noise all around, I'm drowning it out, like we're the only ones in the crowd. 'Cause you save me now, save me now, save me now, save me now, save me now. The feelings start. I put a wall around my heart, but you're breaking it down. It falls to the ground, 'cause I had lost what you just found. The noise all around, I'm drowning it out, like we're the only ones in the crowd. 'Cause you save me now, save me now, save me now. inside a dream. Could've sworn it used to be our home. Echoes filled the streets. In the crowd, feeling all alone. Sat right there, oh so quiet. Try to hide it. If a new thought formed, we would swallow it down. Empty stares, never question the illusion. If you play alone, they will leave you to drown. Stand up, 'cause we are the movement. Don't stop, straight into the dark. Wake up, 'cause this is the moment. And every fire starts with a spark. A revolution. Stand up, 'cause we are the movement. Don't stop, straight into the dark. Wake up, 'cause this is the moment. And every fire starts with a spark. A revolution. Whispers from the past, like embers inside our souls. Truth will always last. A part of us they can't control. Stayed right there in the silence. We're disciples, we will not conform. No, we're not backing down. Stand up, 'cause we are the movement. Don't stop, straight into the dark. Wake up, 'cause this is the moment. And every fire starts with a spark. A revolution. We are the movement.
Hello, 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 and welcome then to this another, well, pretty scuffy stream by myself because I'm still learning what I'm doing, but I am Ebbs, and welcome to the first session in this new KSP Kerbal Space Program save game. We're going to start off a new career mode for you all to enjoy. And basically what I'm going to be doing is strapping little green men to flying dustbins, hoping for the best, and probably sending them all on one-way missions. For those of you that have seen the game before, you probably see that I've got a couple of mods installed in the background there. One of those being the Scatterer mod, as well as hopefully a few volumetric clouds and things like that. So the way we're going to do this is we are just going to roll straight into it. We're going to keep music on in the background just to cover my my incompetent ass if I leave some dead air. But yeah, we're gonna start off a new save game. Then we're gonna choose our flag. What's gonna translate into utter failure the entire way. We'll go for... Well, this is the one I normally choose when I play Kerbal Space Program. I have played this before in the past. I'll take Ebby's Descent into Madness. There we go. So, as you can tell, because I'm just completely incompetent, I have not prepared any of this ahead of time. So, yeah, this is going to be interesting for sure. So the way we're going to do this then is... we're going to leave most of this as is, like straight out of the packet. We're not going to use this, the stock vessels. We're going to make all our own stuff. That way we have no one to blame but ourselves for our own failures. Indestructible facilities, nah, where's the fun in that? Reputation rewards. So this is where we're going to start ramping the difficulty up. So cost of living crisis is hitting us pretty hard these days, so we're going to move this down to... we're not going to go too masochistic with it. We're going to put it down to a 30% reward. We're really going to have to try and penny pinch here to do it. However, we are going to take the we're going to take this funny orange man approach, and we're going to start off with a small loan of 500,000 just to get us started. We're not going to start off with any science. We don't know anything. That's lore accurate. I'm pretty sure. pretty sure I'm going to be the most smooth-brained science engineer you'll ever see. But we'll try and reduce the amount of funerals we've got to do for these little Kerbals. Starting reputation 0. Yeah, we're gonna stay with 0. I could set it to minus, but I think we'd be setting ourselves up for failure. At the end of the day, this does also need to be, you know, somewhat entertaining. If I can move the thingy, if I can move the slider over. We're not doing easy. That's not happening. We'll leave it at -10. That seems about right. Everyone just telling us not to try, because we'll end up failing. Science rewards, we'll leave science at probably 80%. I'm just making this all up as you go along. As you can tell, I have not prepared anything for this. Decline penalty will be 1. Reputation penalties, 100%. Funds penalty, yeah, we'll leave that all as it is, and we'll go for that. Obviously, for those of you that are watching, you can see along the side some of the mods that we have set. So we're just going to go through these. It'll only take about maybe 5 or so minutes, hopefully, to go through these and get this all set up. Kerbals, level up immediately. Nah, we'll leave that off. Enable Kerbal experience for sure. Require signal for control. We're gonna go ahead and leave these on. It's going to cause us great pain, but it means that we do have to set up our own little comms network in order to communicate with any probes that we send up, and you know, make us work for that far-reaching science. Allow negative funds in science. Nope, we're not doing that. Part pressure limits. We're going to go for yeah on that. Part G-force limits. Kerbal G-force limits. Yeah, we're going to go for that. I'm sure this is going to bite me in the ass, but we're gonna see what we can do with it. Gonna leave that off for now. We'll just imagine that docking ports have resource transfer nodes and things like that. Always allow action groups. Yeah, we're gonna leave that on for now. Just because I said so. B9 procedural wings. I'll leave that all as it is. These are just numbers and settings now to me. Background resource, yeah, we'll leave. Button manager, I'd manage my own buttons. Right, we'll keep going. This is probably the most inauspicious start, but it gives you a quick view anyway of what we're going to be working with. Contract configurator. Yeah, cool. I want to leave all them. FMRS, I can't even remember what FMRS is, but we're going to go with it. Kerbal constructs, here we go. Enable the ComNet ground stations just to ease our suffering a little bit. Open bases only when located, yep. We got to find them first. It'll give us a reason. It seems like a bit of a pointless setting, but it does give us a reason to start building aircraft and flying around the planet. And basically giving us an excuse to fly around in the atmosphere and experience some of these mods that we've got installed. Let's have a look, see what else we've got. Debug mode, render, alternative editor, in-flight highlighting, open everything. We're not doing that. We're leaving. We're going to have launch from any sites. Just because it makes it easier for us to do certain stuff. I tend to have a certain playstyle when I play this game of putting things and other things live. So you know, in things in space plane, I'll actually physically load them up into the aircraft and pack them away. It takes a bit more time, but it's more engaging, I think, more immersive, which is decent. We're not going to open everything yet. Planetary base system. Yep, that's fine. Planet side. We're gonna leave that. FX. That's not even giving us any settings to move. System heat. Yeah, we're gonna leave that there. TAC life support then. So this is gonna be another one of those difficulty hurdles we've set in front of ourselves, and that is our Kerbals don't just sit in space in deep stasis like they do in the stock. We actually have to try and manage the resources a little bit. They've got oxygen, they've got you know, water, food, and waste and things like that they have to manage. And later on down the line, when we get a bit more involved, hopefully we'll be able to start utilising some of that in the form of like growing crops in space and basically making our bases a little bit more self-sufficient than what they otherwise would be. Hopefully cutting down on the sheer amount of time we've got to spend resupplying our missions. Yeah, cool, happy. I'm not going to mess around with these settings too much. Normally if I'm playing on my own, I'll try and set it so that I can make bases fully self-sufficient. But we're going to leave it for now. Through the eyes, we're going to leave that, but that's another one that we can do. I think I've got everything set, so without further ado, we are going to jump in. Hopefully, if the game doesn't crash, it'll be it'll be just my luck. It does. But yeah, so essentially what we're going to be doing is starting off with the game mode, and we're going to be starting from scratch, meaning we've got to design everything. And let me turn down the audio a little bit. Full focus follows mouse. Accept. Okay, and we're just gonna adjust the audio settings ever so slightly, just so that I'm not getting deafened. The ambience, there we go. We're gonna drop that down to about just a third. Hopefully that works. Okay, we're gonna have to drop that down a little bit more. We'll drop the whole thing down to 25%. One sec. Settings. Yeah, apply. Let's see if that works. There we go. And as you see, another one of the mods that we've got, just to enhance the experience a little bit, is we have that small loan of 500,000 has really helped us vamp up the Kerbal Space Center here. This is I can't remember what it is, but it's a mod that basically allows us to expand the Space Center a bit, just give us more runway space, more taxi room, and things like that, just so that space planes become a bit more viable. If we design something, as I'm prone to do, that is a big girthy bitch, we can use this larger runway off to the left here to help us out, essentially. We've got like well, I would have thought this was more of a taxiway, this one here, but it is actually just a small, thinner runway. But expect us to be using these extensively as the career mode develops. That being said, the reason we've taken that small loan of 500,000 is actually to upgrade the runway straight off the bat. You might be wondering why I'm doing that, and honestly the reason for it is just because it makes it a little less of an eyesore. So it actually fits in with the surroundings a little bit, and that's the thought behind it. However, we are going to struggle now to upgrade that, I believe. But another sort of mitigating factor that we've given ourselves is we've got the Strategia mod, or Strategia, or however you want to pronounce it. But essentially, we're going to head over to the administration building, and it's not just a placeholder now. We actually have different. Let me move this because it is in the way. Okay, right. Fantastic. There we go. Right, cool. We moved that out of the way. That's all we wanted to do. Close that down. Okay. If you think you're struggling to see the text, so am I. There we go. Position size. So all we're going to do is just going to move that out the way a little bit. That'll do. Cool. So all we're going to do then is we're going to have a look at what sort of strategies we're going to go for. We get certain buffs and debuffs to our missions, our flights and things like that to basically help us overcome the hurdles we've put in front of ourselves with that 30%, well, sorry, 70% debuff on our funding. So let's have a quick look here then. So first one we're going to go for then is probably going to be to boldly go, and that is essentially 15,000 funds when science is transmitted. So we get from any new biome, and that is on Kerbin as well. We can basically just try and buff up our coffers a little bit, you know, so we can start funding more expensive and complex missions, shall we say. So we're going to take that. I think we can take up to 3. I could be wrong. Why can't we take that? At least 100% reputation. Oh, so we can't take this one just yet. We need 100 reputation. We are minus 0. We can do free ice cream though. Costs 5,000 funds every 30 days, but it gives us 2.5 reputation, which is good because we obviously started on minus 10. So we are going to take. Well, we're going to have a quick. I think it's the only one we can take actually with that minus 10, which is great. Yeah, so we're going to start hosing our money away at the minute with 35 gone there. So for the first 30 days, we're going to be on minus 40,000. But luckily, we do have that small loan up at the top there, so it's not really going to harm us too much. I do want to make this save a little bit more difficult than what I normally play, but at the same time, I don't want it to die on the first hour of playthrough. It would not make for good entertainment value, would it? Anyway, so we've done that. So now what we're gonna do is basically head over to mission control, and we're gonna have a look and see. As Gene Kerman lets us know his thoughts, we're gonna head into here and take a couple of missions. So naturally, we're gonna launch our first vessel. We're going to gather some scientific data, and then we're going to try and escape the atmosphere if we can. But I think we've got a maximum of 2 missions for now until we upgrade this. How much is it? It's most of our money left, so we're not gonna do that. We're gonna just start off with building our first vessel. We don't have to leave the atmosphere for this one, which is arguably for the best. I don't know how this first mission's gonna go, as Vern von Kerman lets us know things we already know. Let's have a look, see. Crew capacity 1. Oh, we got the Mark 1 command pod as well. So, what's the weight on these? Injection force. Yeah, right. Let me just double check, make sure that this is. Yep, that's how scuffed this is going to be. I need to make sure that this is fully. Oh, it is fully fit in the window. Never mind. I had a bit of a flap station alpha there for a second, thinking that the game wasn't matching the resolution. We're good though. Yeah, we're gonna go for the bog start. In fact, what's the costing on these? They both cost the same. So yeah, we're gonna go for the Mark 1, just to keep it nice and simple. What I'm used to. We don't have any fuel tanks. We do, however, have a solid fuel booster, which we're going to strap to the bottom of it. We are literally starting off with an explosive dustbin. Because why not? Let's have a look. See, recovery. We are going to make sure that we have a parachute on this. And then communication. We don't need any communication. Do we have any science that we can do? Let's move the cut. So again, this the toolbar that I'm moving right now is the Kerbal Engineer Redux. So it gives us a bit more detailed information on our craft than the stock KSP does, which is useful. Mystery Goo. We're going to strap one of you to the side. Where is it? So give me a minute. I need to try and move some of these things out. There we go. Right, cool. Just means that we can access all this stuff a bit easier. But yeah, we're going to launch this, or we're going to slap this on the side. These are all just flight units, engineering systems. We don't need to worry about any of that. We'll stick a engineer unit on. We don't necessarily need to, but I tend to, just as force of habit. Means that it gives us all the engineering information without having an engineer on the flight, which is important because this thing's only got one seat, and I'm sticking Jeb in here. I believe I've got it set. I might be wrong, but I'll check later. But I believe we've got it set that if we do lose a Kerbal, then that's it. They are gone from the save. So we do want to try and take some care during this initial part of the save, that we don't lose our entire astronaut lineup. Yep, Jebediah is the first one in there. As always, he wouldn't have it any other way. And here goes nothing. Mark 1. There we go. Just to see, just to give it a name and you know, let Jeb know exactly what he's getting himself in for. But here we go. We're going to head over to the launch pad now. It's really loading slowly. I think I might have gone a bit too hard on the mods, but you know, I'm gonna leave that there anyway. We don't need to worry about the flight engineer stuff just yet. This thing's just going straight up and straight back down. We are going to stick SAS on though. We are going to take a crew report. Keep hold of that, and then we're going to get a quick EVA report. We're not going to bother with a ground sample just yet, purely because we don't have a ladder on this thing. We haven't researched ladders yet. We've researched explosive dustbins before ladders. But in he gets, and let's see, we need to, there we go, buckled in, all that sort of stuff. So what you saw there was a little feature of the free IVA mod. Might have seen it advertised and showcased on other like big YouTube channels for KSP, like Matt Lowell and things like that. It essentially allows you to move about your spacecraft, which is something I always thought was kind of lacking in the original KSP. But it means that you can basically go through the eyes of a Kerbal and move through your spacecraft, which is going to be really fun as we get further on down the line in this save, because it means we're going to be able to have a look around our stations and our planetary bases and things like that. So we've got that saved. We are going to take a mystery goo from the launch pad as well. And SAS back on, and without further ado, I suppose we better go for it. And we're not going to do anything fancy. We're not going to try and move. All we're going to do is launch this thing straight up, as Jeb has other plans, and luckily it runs out of fuel, because I think that was going to get a bit crazy afterwards. I'm going to turn SAS off, as yeah, that's another thing we've got, is sync rate alarm, which is great, except we're in a spacecraft and not a plane, so I need to figure out how to turn that off. Yeah, that's going to get annoying very, very fast. Hopefully it should, yeah, we know that. Okay, while that's doing that, I'm going to have a look through these settings and see what it is that's actually doing that, because I can't remember what mod it was. Let's have a look, see. So we're going to reduce that. 9 meters per second. Shouldn't be too bad because we're landing in the water. However, ordinarily, that would be quite a heavy landing for the water. But luckily, we're fine. As we're going to observe the mystery goo again from the shores. We're going to take another crew report. Right, I forgot to override. I forgot to. And that's why I did the EVA originally, was to try and take out the existing crew report. But it is what it is. Flight operations, yeah, whatever. Right, we're gonna recover this thing anyway. Get our first paycheck. And hopefully figure out how to disable that sink rate alarm. Which is great in a space plane, and a rocket, not so much. And we got... How much did we get paid? So we got 12... a grand total of 12 science out of that. We got 2,800 back from our original, which is not too bad. I got 2.5 reputation out of that, so we've now gone into the positives in our reputation, which is good to see. Got the Final Frontier mission pack as well, so we can actually get awards for our Kerbals for different what's it called? Different achievements, different milestones. Let's see if I can increase the size of the UI, because I'm thinking it's quite small for some of these text boxes and things like that. It might be a bit difficult for you guys to see. I did switch it all up anyway. 150. We're gonna scale it up a little bit. I think there we go. App scale might be that. Let's go for 150 for you as well. Apply. That's quite chunky, but we'll see if that... I'll have a play with that for now and see if that works. Final Frontier, let's go. Okay, close, open up. It makes it a little bit better, I think. Config, there we go. Apologies for this. Normally I would have this all figured out ahead of time. We don't want that. We don't want that. Warning, reset window position. Detail. Alright, we'll leave it. If needs be, I can have a play between sessions, because this won't be the only session that we do on this. I'm hoping to make a little bit of a series on it. As yeah, you see some of the volumetric clouds then. Not quite getting high enough to make them relevant just yet, but they'll be quite fun to play around with once we do. Okay, let's see what we got. So, available. Let's just do that. We're definitely not going to be able to orbit Kerbin just yet, I don't think. Let's see. I think we're not going to be able to do any of these just yet. Let me have a look at the science. One sec. World first milestones. Yeah, cool. Get rid, get rid, get rid, get rid, get rid. Research and development. Let's see what we can do. Basic rocketry. So this should mean that we're now able to actually go a bit harder, a bit higher in the air. Engineering. Yeah, we'll take that as well. And then 18, 20, and 15. So we've got a little bit of science to get before we can start getting some of this stuff. Survivability is important. Attack life support is not really going to be relevant in these first few missions until we start orbiting Kerbin properly. But it will be useful once we start going places like, you know, the moon and stuff like that. But we do have some parachutes and stuff that we can apply on. What are you? Stabilizing fins can be quite useful, especially as we saw on that last mission. It's as the solid fuel rockets started to drain its fuel, it became a bit unstable, started trying to flip itself over. I expect that's going to be more and more relevant until we start stabilizing our stuff. I will say though, I'm going to try and take a minute now to figure out how to disable that sink rate alarm, because that will get very old very fast. Let's see. No, that's Cacti. Cacti is a space telescope mod. We might have to just grizz it for this one and then see if I can disable it in the mods later. I figured it'd be more useful, but yeah, more useful than it probably is. Might reinstall it later on down the line as we go into what's that? Sorry. Unlock possession size. That's what I wanted. Yeah, might look to reinstall it later on down the line when we become a bit more relevant with space planes and things like that. Flight becomes a bit more of a factor. Configure visible buttons. Instant object enhancement. I want that as well. There we go. They're the other ones we've got available to us. Active alarms only. No, we've got a Kerbal alarm clock installed as well. Just force a habit whenever I start one. I always have a Kerbal alarm clock open. We do have the in-game alarm clock as well now, though, which is a great addition. I think KSP1, the dev team, did quite a good job, to be honest, with that sort of stuff. It might be that I have to try and change it while we're in flight, potentially. Everything else seems quite irrelevant to us at the minute. Have we actually got any missions? No, we don't. Right, so we are going to have to try and do something then. That's a big problem. Well, I'll say a big problem. Is that I don't think we're necessarily going to be able to get into orbit just yet. We can try and escape the atmosphere. I think we can potentially try that. And then the Mark 16 parachutes in flight over Kerbal, and we can do that. And we'll see how we get on. So we're gonna go into the VAB, and we're gonna strap an even bigger rocket onto the bottom of it, I think, because what could go wrong? So off we go. We're gonna launch. Yeah, we're gonna strap a hammer onto the bottom of it. So in fact, we can stick a decoupler on there. That is going to be fantastically useful for us, purely because it's just going to mean that we can get rid of the heavier rocket booster. You know, if we came down to the ground at the speed we did on the last mission, and it was actually solid ground, we probably would have had a bit of an explosion or something like that, whereas now, you know, we can get rid of that heavy weight and try and increase the survivability. So here goes nothing. I don't think I saved it last time. Regardless, we're just gonna go ahead and launch. Too much yapping. Background noise from Chatterer mod there as well. We've already got the mystery goo. Well, what could go wrong? Let's go. I'm gonna observe one of the mystery goos. We're gonna do the tests in a second. Oh, okay. Never mind. Oh dear. Oh boy. Go! Straight off the bat. Oh. That's phenomenal. Straight away. Okay, well, let's try. That was what I was going to try and do, wasn't it? Flight operations, potentially. No, nothing there. Right. Ground proximity warning system, that was it. GPWS. Right. Okay, cool. Right, that's done that. Let's go for... Firstly, let's make it quieter so it's not quite so obnoxious. Secondly, final speed, meters per second, horizontal speed. with a check. 400 meters seems fair when you're in a plane. Altitude callouts. Yep, that's fine. That's fine. Let's stick that up there. In fact, type. There we go. Maybe that's why. Plane settings. Lander settings. System. There we go. Hopefully that might fix this. Get rid of you. Yes, close you. Double check that's saved. And hopefully next mission, it's not going to be quite so obnoxious with the sink rate warning. Because again, I don't think in a lander it's necessarily relevant, especially when you're landing under parachute and you have no engine on the bottom. We have 16 nice, okay, so we might actually have, I think, we might actually have, hopefully, enough. No, we need one more science. One more science and we can get the winglets, which should keep us pointing in the right direction. So, to that end, so that's 75 grand. It's half our funding, but it's worth it, I think, to take a few more things. Let's see. We can't take any AU, I don't think. Yeah, no, we're nowhere near ready to start flying around yet. We don't even have, don't even know what a plane is just yet. Re-entry mode module landed at Kerbal. We could probably do that. Suborbital trajectory, no. Liquid fuel engine. Haul one of these into flight. So prestige. Okay, so have, yep, Kerbal, flying, altitude 16 to 24. Might be doable. I guess we're about to find out. And I think we could do this as well, so let's do this. And what we're going to do is we're going to switch out the command module on this rocket just to try and hit a few... Ah, nuts, we can't. Because we don't have any radio parachutes just yet. What are our mission lists again? Stay there. Swivel. Okay, so what that is what we're going to do. We're going to try and haul this into flight. Nope, not you. Franken rocket. This thing's gonna be so bad. Oh, it's just gonna be flopping around like something you'd see on OnlyFans. There we go, right. This can only go positively. We've got a decoupler again just in case it all goes wrong. I need to start paying attention to funding again, to be honest. I'm in that habit whenever you build a rocket, you just slap whatever to it because funding's not an issue because I'm used to late game. That's not the case now. Okay. Let's see. At least we now have throttle control, so I'm gonna go nice and easy on the power. Hopefully it doesn't flip over quite so readily and we're able to get a little bit higher. We have fair amount of space on, you know, obviously. Meaning that we can hopefully just do a little bit more with the engine once we get through 10,000 meters. Because yeah, you see some of those volumetric clouds go as we pass by. They look beautiful. I love them. I think, I could be wrong, but I think they they have weather with these volumetric clouds as well, so there's rain and things to contend with. As we are now starting to climb quite considerably. Reports. This is good stuff. Oh Christ. Slow it down, Jeb. Slow it down. Alright, we are out of fuel now. Let's take some science because we're in the upper atmosphere. I don't know what our periapsis is going to be. I really should have checked. Let's have a look, see. So, periapsis looks like it's going to be... Oh, not periapsis, sorry. Apoapsis. So we are actually going to leave the atmosphere. Which means we're going to be coming straight back down into it. Oh no, Jeb. It was going so well, buddy. Yeah, this could go horribly, horribly wrong. Let's try and slap ourselves over into what remains of the atmosphere. As we now leave in, as soon as we hit that 70,000 meter mark, we're gonna leave the atmosphere. There we go. So we've now just made another thing. We could probably get an EVA in quickly, I imagine. No, we can't. We can't do spacewalks just yet. There we go, right, got rid of that. Jeb might be in a bit of trouble here, guys, because we are going to hit that atmosphere hard. Well, we may as well go up and back down again. Oh, alright, here we go. So we're going to try and keep it as flat as possible to try and really maximize the aerodynamic forces here, because we need to slow down as fast as we can. Oh no, Jeb, I'm sorry. I didn't think we'd kill someone so quickly. Because there's no heat shield on the bottom of this either. Let's go for... Let's bring up the heat options. We're only at 25% of its maximum heat, I think, by the look of it. We should be alright, you know? Of course, we've got G-forces to contend with as well. Oh, here we go. Now it's starting to heat up. We are starting to slow down, though, which is good. Oh, Christ. Oh. Okay, well, the good news is Jeb survived. The spacecraft, not so much. Okay. And I think it's safe enough to drop the parachute now. Oh, well, there's that, I guess. The decoupler didn't really need to decouple anything because everything fell off. Well, there we go. That's the parachute deployed, and it looks like we should be safe. So Jeb's wife's gonna get to see him again. Well. There's still stuff up there, which is concerning. Alright. We've still got about 2,500 meters for it to fall. That's gonna rain down on us. How is that stuff still stuck up there? What? I mean, it is coming down. I think some of it is started just burning up in the atmosphere ever so slightly as well. Oh, it is coming. It's only like 3k away from us at the minute. Uh-oh. Alright, we got a couple of contracts completed there as well. What was it we were... Ah, we were going to try and test the engine when it landed, I think it was. Or no, it was the engine in flight. Don't think we managed to do that. Yeah, cool, we did that. Broken altitude, yeah, happy with that. New strategies. Oh, nice, so we can actually get some of these strategy focuses now, which was good. Oh, we tested the parachute, which was decent. So yeah, we didn't manage to test the engine, unfortunately. But you know what? I'm gonna consider this a successful flight because I did not think we'd have a Kerbal to recover after that. Oh dear. I mean, we got some good science out of that. I might have overcooked it on the science a little bit. We are... I mean, I think we made some money out of that. I think we made about 30 grand out of that. What cost of living crisis? As Jebediah is racking up the ribbons while his buddies are sat there with nothing to show for it. Noobs. Heat shield. Okay. I mean, the next logical step for us is obviously to try and get into orbit. We've been able to get into space. We can't drag a booster into orbit just yet, I don't think. We could potentially do that though. Let's perform the test. Use the run test option in the parts context menu when the test conditions are met. I mean, that's just standard re-entry, that. We should be able to accomplish that just by getting into orbit and then using the heat shield to slow ourselves down. Yeah. I think we should be alright, you know? Let's have a look at you as well. So we can only take one focus, I believe. Yeah, we are definitely not in a position to do this. So if I drop this away, that's a setup cost done. What did we have available to us again? Local science, wasn't it? Setup cost 5,000, but we get more science to KSC science. Let's unlock some stuff first. First things first, we need to stabilize these rockets. Heat shield, also very useful for us. 29 and 20. So we have to choose here, unfortunately. Yeah. So what we're going to choose? Reliance, decent. I think the Reliance, the one that's it's got the gimbaling, is it? I might be wrong. Oh no, the swivel is the one that has the gimbaling. That's why we kept it under control decently enough, I think, on the way up. So we're going to keep hold of that, because I've never really used the Reliant all that much anyway, because I prefer having control over it. But the then you got the Thumper solid fuel root booster. Oh, decisions. Now, you know what? We're going to take the survivability upgrade. Start getting some radial shoots on here. Should help us out quite a lot. So based on that, where is it? Yeah, so local science is 1. Scientist focus, no. Scientist focus was 1, but we've spent the science. We don't really need that anyway, because we're not big enough to start expanding our roster at the moment. Probably won't get to that stage until after we've been to the moon. Speaking of planetary bodies and where we can and can't go, I do also have the Copernicus mod installed. So, along with that, what I've done is obviously we've got the moon, we've got Minmus, yeah, Eve, Moho, Duna, Drez, Jewel, and then we also, for those of you that haven't used the Outer Planet mods, we have Sarnus, which is the in-game version of Saturn. As we zoom in there, you see what nice and complete with its rings and several moons. We'll be exploring, hopefully be exploring all of these as well. And then got Urlum, which is Uranus, or Uranus, if you're 12 in the 12 years old mentally like I am. Again, it's got a couple of moons to explore as well. We're not going to give too much away because obviously we want to see them firsthand anyway. You got Nidon, which is Neptune. Again, sat there with its rings, I think. This one has rings? It does not have rings. I'm chatting bollocks. But it does have a couple of moons for us to explore. One of which is, I believe, Elu is one of these. Never mind. Elu, I think, is around Urlum then. It's not. It's actually been moved. It's not the outer planet anymore, like it is in the base game. So let's have a quick look. Where is it? Try and remember where it is now in this mod. The outer planet is called Plock, so it's basically a more accurate representation of Pluto. It does have its own little moon, which is Charon. I wish it'd be. In fact, you know what? I know what this is. One sec. That's because I've increased the UI size, so the mouse is blocking everything except for the text. I'll have to have a play around with the settings outside of the stream. I think I did intend to have a I'm just getting into KSP. Honestly, the mods that you can get for KSP now nowadays are fantastic. I think Kerbal Space Program 2 Dying a Death has kind of done wonders for KSP 1. I mean, the game was fantastic anyway, but like the modders that were probably going to port over to KSP 2 and try and support that have now obviously come back to their passion projects in KSP 1, and it's just meant that there's so much more you can do with the game now. Yeah, I especially love things like these that obviously improve KSP, the Kerbal Space Center. I can't wait till once we start getting some, some science, some more interesting missions on the go to start using these runways and things like that. And like I said, one thing I do like doing is flying around Kerbin and using the flight mechanics and stuff like that. And that's something that I will be doing because you can go down to the South Pole in here, and there's I think with the mods I've got installed, you can get like snowstorms and things you gotta take care of and stuff like that. So the functionality is great. Right. Anyway, let's have a look, see what missions I've got, because I already forgot because I'm like that. Yeah, we're gonna have to try and haul ourselves into orbit. So yeah, obviously if you have just joined us, we're starting out a brand new career mode. I've played this game before. I think I've got like 1,600 hours, something like that, something crazy. Why is the music on? Bear with us. The music shouldn't be on. And do you play off? Yeah, I'll be playing the game more in future. The idea is with the channel, I'm going to be doing a Formula 1 stream every Wednesday because I take part in a league for that, and then on Saturdays I'll be doing like sort of space themed games, so it'll be like this, XCOM, Starfield, things like that. But I want to do a couple of weeks of doing this back to back, just to try and get the series off the ground, if you know what I mean. So yeah, I'll definitely be going through more of this. Right, where is it? Audio, music. Oh, the music should be at 0. Accept. Right, do that. Right, anyway, we'll resume. Why are the messages... Oh, it's irritating me as well. Anyway, we'll get back into the VAB and start trying to build some stuff. Right, we're going to bin this all off. In fact, you know, we're going to start a new vessel from scratch. We've got radial chutes now, so what we can do is start using radial chutes, because I do have a mission to test this thing in orbit. I think it is. Let me have a look. See, what is it? It is. Yeah, I've got to carry the engine into orbit. I can do that. That's fine. Orion landed at Kerbal, so once we land back, we need to. Yeah, that'll be fine. So if that's the case, let me go for, where are you? Utility. Mark II radial parachute. Probably going to be better. I don't want it to look too messy, that's the thing. I'm a bit... I mean, yeah, because there's no... Oh, there is a thing here. Fair enough. A couple of drogue chutes should help us out. Just slow us down a little bit. And then we'll get a bit of science on here. So the way I'm going to build this this craft is essentially all the sciencey stuff's going to be on the lander module. I'm going to stick a heat shield on the bottom here. And then obviously once we've got into orbit and we're looking to return, once we start re-entering the atmosphere, I'm just going to shed everything. Because I don't know what this thing's heat tolerance is, if I'm honest. And it will behave a lot differently to the Mark 1. What with Ferrum Aerospace on there, the aerodynamics in the atmosphere works a lot more realistically. And this is a big round thing, so it's very, very aerodynamically different. I mean, I could go a bit daft with it, to be fair. Heat, thermal. Yeah, stick that on, that's to it. Right, decoupler. So yeah, the heat shield's basically just going to help protect the bottom of the module as we descend through the atmosphere. Science. There we go. So we've already got the mystery goo from low Kerbal orbit. In fact, no, it was suborbital, wasn't it? We'll take one just in case. And then thermometer, we're going to take one of you. Luckily that's resettable. And the barometer as well. Stick that a bit further down the side there. Right. Hopefully these don't overheat too much on re-entry. We're probably going to find out. I don't actually know where the door is on this thing, which is the concerning thing. I'm assuming that's the door with that, what looks like a hatch on it, but I've been wrong in the past. And we need a way of this communicating. So, Communitron. I'm just going to stick one of these on the... Yeah, we'll stick one of these on. Oh, no. There we go. I imagine that Communitron's probably going to get ripped off with the atmosphere forces, but we'll go with it anyway. We'll try what we try and do what we can. On. Oh, that's... There we go. And try and get a radial decoupler on here as well if we can. Radial decoupler, because what we're going to do is we're going to strap two... In fact, I'm going to strap a couple more fuel tanks on. Because I'm going to have the engine lit. Yeah, I'm going to have the engine lit on the way up, just for a bit of gimbal control and try and keep this thing pointing the right way. So the engine on the way up until the radial boosters that I'm going to put on spent. I'm going to have to basically put... I mean, try and lower these if I can, just so that it's not standing on its engine bell. It's not ideal. It can still work. There we go. That should give it a bit more aerodynamics. Aerodynamics. Cone. And then... How long have I had that basic fin? God damn it. It's been a while since I've played this, I won't lie. It's probably been about 2 years since I've played this game. So reminding myself of everything is a real struggle at the minute. But luckily, we do still roughly know what we're doing. There we go. So we've got our Franken rocket built. Looks a bit suspect from certain angles, but we should be ready to go. That's 10 grand's worth of kit, but it should hopefully get us into orbit, and that should help us out just a little bit more. Right, let's go for there. Structural. See if we can get. Because I'm not sure if we've got the stand. We do not have the stand. We should be okay. So here goes nothing Mark II. We have a loose idea with what we're doing now. Save and let me just double check the staging. So fire that. This needs to fire at the same time, but we'll have that on low throttle. How much delta V have we got? Not a whole lot. One sec. Atmospheric body Kerbin. So. We need roughly fins on the fuel tank are off. You are not wrong. Thank you for pointing that out. Ever so slightly off center, you. Thank you. Cool. Yeah, they should be clear. So we're gonna need to strap a couple more fuel tanks onto it, purely because we just don't have enough what we call delta V, so enough fuel in the rocket to get into orbit. So we need, I think it's about 2,300 meters per second of delta V to get into orbit with one of these things. And the problem is with building bigger and bigger rockets is you need more and more fuel to get them into orbit. So double check. Yeah, that's all good. That's good. So plan then. Yeah, so we should have enough there. We've got about 2,400. We're going to let these things do some of the heavy lifting. In fact, you know what? I'm going to go a bit ham on this. Where are you? There you is. One sec. There we go. Right. Just to really make sure it gets up there. So this is gonna launch us quite hard into orbit. We're gonna use the main engine here more for what's the big dome. So these are literally just aerodynamic nose cones. So again, with Ferrum Aerospace, the atmosphere reacts quite realistically. So these big flat surfaces, it's going to create a lot of drag on the spacecraft, which is just going to slow it down, which is not what we want. We want as much speed as we possibly can. So obviously, let's cut down on that. All we do is that. Oh, the big dome at the top. Sorry. That is one of the command modules. So I think that's from the Making History DLC. I've not played with the Making History DLC before, but I'm fairly certain it's from that. So it's just another version of the command pod. It's a bigger one. But yeah, it's still got the same crew capacity. It's only one Kerbal. But the reason why I'm taking this rather than the Mark 1, which I've taken on the last couple of launches, is because we've got a mission to take this thing up into orbit. It just means more funding, because the way we're doing this this career mode is we're only getting 30% of the money that we should do from missions, just to make it a bit harder for ourselves. So I've cut down the amount of money we get. What is its purpose? It's a command module, so it literally is just where your Kerbals sit. So it's the same thing as the command pod. So your command pod, that's where your Kerbal will sit. It'll control the spacecraft from there. So obviously in the Orion, he'll do the same thing. So that's where your boy Jebediah will sit. Why 39? So we need to. Yeah, so it's a cockpit essentially. Yeah. Right. So we are overfunded on parts at the minute. So tell you what, we're going to take you off. because we've at the moment the reason why this red cog here is red and means we can't launch at the minute is because we've got too many parts. We've got 35 instead of 30, so we just need to shed a little bit off, I think. I'm going to keep the boosters on. What's the weight on this? Mass is 0.67. So this thing's actually lighter, which is decent. So I could probably take the drogue chutes off. I'll put us down to 33. Realistically, we don't need an antenna for this one, so we're going to take that off. That's 32. I'm going to keep that on. That's the so that's a modded part, the little circuit board looking thing. So it's basically we've got Kerbal engineering system on, so that's what this little readout thing that I'm moving at the bottom of the screen is. It just gives you more detailed information. When you're in flight, the Kerbal engineer redux will basically tell you a bunch of information about the flight path. So like your apoapsis, which is the highest point of the orbit, your periapsis, which is the lowest point, tell you how much fuel you've got left. It will tell you the heat of each part, so you know if you're overheating, things like that. So I'm going to keep that on because this cockpit's only one person. We're putting Jebediah here. He's a pilot, so he can't tell us all that information normally. If we had two people, we could put an engineer in there, so we could put Bill Kerman in there, and he'd be able to tell us all that. But obviously, Bill Kerman can't control the aircraft, well, the spacecraft like Jeb can. So we're putting this little circuit board on there to replace Bill, essentially, and give us the same information. Right, we're still 2 parts over. I thought KSP already told you most of that information. It does and it doesn't. The Kerbal the Kerbal Engineer Redux just does it a little bit better, to be honest. It just provides a bit more information. I mean, I've been playing this game since 2015, so a lot of the stuff that I have downloaded, certain functions have been added to the game over time. So, for example, I've got Kerbal alarm clock installed. I don't really need that installed because a few years back the KSP devs actually added an alarm clock function into there anyway. So there are certain like overlaps, but it's kind of like force of habit for me from my playstyle. Right. Now get. What happens if I just reduce this to 2? That's 1700. So if I reduce this to 2, that's still enough to get us into orbit. So we're gonna remove that, and now we are in a position where we can launch. So yeah, let's get into it. I have no idea how this is gonna go. This could end in glory, or it could end in a crater. It really does look suspect from certain angles. I'm going to keep it pointing, the camera pointing this way so I don't get banned. Okay, right, we've already got crew report. We are going to take actually the temperature and log temperature. Transmit that back. Ah, right, yeah, we don't have a who's it. Whoops. We're not going to take that then. Alright, this is probably going to end in tears. Power up that a little bit. Do you have to know what will get you into orbit, or does it tell you? Kind of both, really. A lot of the time, if you slap enough stuff together, you'll eventually make it into orbit. A quick Google will tell you exactly what you need to get into orbit. The game doesn't necessarily readily give you that information. So, for example, the reason I know you need 2,300 meters per second of fuel is because it's obviously been I've been playing for a while, I've looked things up online, and it'll give you, and yeah, essentially, I've been doing it long enough that I just have that number in my head. If you're just starting out with the game, it doesn't necessarily tell you straight away. you kind of have to learn it. But we are gonna go ahead and launch now, so this can only go badly. I'm gonna turn that down. We're literally just using. It's already gone horribly, horribly wrong. Well, we're gonna let it burn itself out anyway. So the problem here that we've got is the. Slow down! Oh no! You know what? We're gonna retry that again because I know exactly what went wrong there. So the rocket itself is a bit too top heavy with that big ass dome on the top, and yeah, the fins do help to stabilize it a little bit, but with a lot of the thrust coming from quite low down in the rocket, it's just basically going to act like a big ass lawn dart. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to power up the rocket that's controlling the directions on it, and hopefully with that putting out more force to keep the rocket pointing straight, it should I say should keep it pointing in the right direction. But we're going to find out. If not, I'm going to try and activate the parachute a little bit quicker because yeah, I was very slow to react there. But we're going to try that one more time. Wait, what? I think I know what happened there. Potentially. Jesus. So yeah, I think there's a massive design flaw here that I need to try and figure out. Yeah, a lot. Oh no. It's just what you want, isn't it? As soon as you're trying to teach someone something, it all goes horribly wrong. So yeah, there's a huge design issue with this rocket. I think it might even just be down to the fact that I've got these boosters on here and it's making it accelerate too quickly. Alright, we're going to try one more time. I'm going to... You know what? I'm actually just going to... Alright, this is going slightly better. Right, so I know roughly what's going wrong there. As soon as it gets up to a certain speed, it's because the atmosphere down here is quite thick. It's like just soupy. So it's basically trying to accelerate through treacle. And I'm trying to force it up through there just too quickly. You see, we were able to hold on to the control of it for at least a little bit of time. Can I test it? Run test. Just do the thing. Go on, run test. Nah, I don't think I'm in the correct window. Slow the ascent, essentially. Yeah, you're not wrong. So it's just the atmospheric forces. I'm trying to put too much force onto it, so I'm probably going to up the amount of fuel tanks and probably remove the boosters. And then add a few fins and stuff like that on there, and it should hopefully fix the issue. I'll figure that one out. I tell you what, we'll revert flight back to the vehicle assembly rather than waiting for it to land. Okay, so these are pretty redundant now. Let's get you there. I mean, 1700 already. So if I add a few more fuel tanks. $2,000, still suborbital. That is a long boy. 23, 30. It's not too bad. I'll stick some fins on it. I might have to put another fuel tank on it just to give us that last little bit of oomph. Yeah. There we go. That should hopefully keep us pointing in the right direction. Need big fins, yeah. That's cockeyed. There we go. Right. Let's see. What's our part limit at? 24 of 30. That's not too bad. I'm sitting at 2100. So I'm also conscious if we make it too long, again, it's just going to make it a bit unstable. These were the big boys, so if I stick a couple of these on... Nah, that's going to go horribly wrong. We'll give it a try with just normal fuel tanks first. If we're finding we're struggling to get up, then 2381. We might not get into a full orbit, but at the very least we should hopefully get the achievement. If this falls over, Jeb's screwed, because he's going to hit the ground quite quickly. Right. Let's try that again. So, thrust and so TWR here, so maximum of 1.64, which is decent. We need at least a thrust to weight ratio of 1 to start lifting up. So, there we go. Nice and easy on the ascent. And then what we're going to do is we're going to hold this ascent up until around about 10,000 meters, and then we're going to start pitching over to try and get that horizontal movement that we need. Come on. I don't think we're going to make orbit on this, but if we can get a suborbital space flight, I will take that. Come on. So we're going to start pitching over ever so gently now. Yeah, much better. We are just going straight up at the minute. Unfortunately, these winglets that we put on don't have any sort of control to them. They are literally just wings that we've put on. So the pitch is all coming from the engine at the minute. So it's very inefficient, and we're probably not going to get into orbit. We'll probably leave we're going to leave the atmosphere, but yeah, we need a bit more oomph to get through the lower stages of the atmosphere quicker. But still, this is it's progress. Cool. So we are getting into space now, but it's yeah, just not enough speed on it. So normally the 2,300 meters per second that you get in the vessel is your sort of most efficient launch point. So when you start getting more into the game, you start getting better at it. You'll find that you start no ailerons at the minute. So because this is a brand new career save, we just don't have them researched yet. That's why we've got lots of little fuel tanks as well, is because we just don't have the bigger stuff unlocked. It's not the end of the world though, we can still manage. It just means that we're taking it in baby steps rather than making big things. So we're kind of forced to start out at lower levels by it. But yeah, as you start getting better and better, essentially you'll start finding that you pitch the rocket over lower and lower. The 10,000 meters thing is kind of a guide, because that's where you get through the thickest part of the atmosphere, and you start meeting less aerodynamic resistance then. If you can tip the rocket over shorter and shorter after launch, what you'll find is that you get that horizontal movement preserved quite a lot sooner, which means you need less fuel to get into orbit. It sounds weird, but basically, because what we're doing by pitching over to 90 degrees is we're using the planet's rotation to help us out. So the planet is at least in the game, the planet's always rotating at 180 meters per second. So that's 180 meters per second that you already have in hand to help you get into orbit, which is why it's always easier to fly east into an orbit in this game than it is west, because if you go west, you've got to go against that 180 meters per second, then add the extra 180 meters per second on top, so you've got to have an extra 300 odd meters per second on top of what you already have. So the sooner you start the turn, the more of that momentum, that sideways momentum you preserve. The general for newbies, the general rule of thumb is at 10,000 meters you start tipping the rocket over, because that's, like I said, that's where you reach less resistance. But as you start getting better at the game, as you start getting more clued up with how the aerodynamics work, you'll start being able to use the weight of the weight at the top of the rocket to help pull the rocket down and things like that. And it's hard to explain, but it makes sense as you start getting further and further into it. Right, I guess we're gonna fast forward a bit of time. We're gonna take some space data, just because that's free science. It's free real estate. Okay. Yeah. So can't do spacewalks at the minute either, because yeah, we don't have that researched or unlocked. So we've got to do a few more missions before we unlock that ability, and then we can start doing those missions. All right. So we're gonna speed up again, just to. Alright, so now we're heading back into the atmosphere. We are gonna decouple this. We're gonna take off SAS. We're basically gonna let the aerodynamic forces pull the capsule around, because we only have a finite amount of battery space in this, because we haven't unlocked batteries yet. We're gonna let the aerodynamics pull the ball around, and hopefully the worst of the heating's going to hit this heat shield, and slow us down without overheating the capsule, because we have heating effects on and things like that, which means obviously if it does overheat, you basically just disintegrate into the atmosphere. We're going to quickly add it. There we go. Right. Okay, we should be alright, as the rest of the rocket does overtake us now. It just shows that we are slowing down quite quickly, and G-forces on the right there are creeping up. Again, we have, for this save file, we have G-force limits applied, meaning that if the parts exceed their G-force limits, or if Jebediah exceeds his G-force limit, he can pass out and the parts can just fail and stuff. That's why on the last rocket, the rocket just kept disintegrating in the air. It was like a mixture of aerodynamic and G-forces. But luckily, we get through that pretty uneventfully. And we're just going to cruise it back down to the ground. Alright, hopefully, when I detach this, you know what? Gonna let the parachute slow us down a little bit now. That is slowing us down quite nicely. We're gonna wait for the parachute to deploy, then we're gonna drop the heat shield off. The reason I swapped those staging around at the last second there is basically I didn't have a lot of confidence that. Well, basically, I was a bit concerned that if I dropped the heat shield off, because it's so like it's basically a big drag net, it would have fallen off and then just slapped us back. It would have just like the drag would have lifted it straight back into the cockpit and blew the cockpit up, which I was not prepared for. So the parachute should inflate in a couple hundred meters. Usually it's about 1,000 meters off the ground it inflates. There we go. And as soon as it's slowed us down, we can drop this heat shield. There we go. There we go. Right, heat shield's gone. Makes us a little bit lighter, which is good. I'll tell you what, with the volumetric clouds and stuff, the sunsets are great here as well. The shadows and stuff. And the good thing is this mod is it's optimized so that it actually reduces the load on your CPU as well. So you get better graphics for less power. I don't know how he's managed it. It's absolute voodoo, but it's great. It is very pretty. I mean, the unfortunate thing is you do have to pay for this mod, so I paid, I think it's £4.80 off the guy's Patreon, but it's one of those that you sign up to his Patreon, £4.80, and then you can, you know, just cancel the subscription. So you've got the file, you've given him £4.80 for it. The only problem is that obviously you then, if he updates it, you've got to resubscribe sort of thing. So I see it as a fair payoff. The guy's done a lot of work for it. But yeah, it is unfortunately one of those things. The scatterer, so you can get like the water effects and stuff like that are free mods. And you can get clouds in the game from scatterer and things like that. But if you want like proper volumetric clouds, unfortunately there is a small paywall for it. I mean, I think it's worth it because it just looks stunning. Nice, so now we're just floating around like a beach ball. I think I can run the test now. Run test. What was the mission? Landed at Kerbal. Oh, really? Okay, so, because we've landed in the water, it doesn't technically class us as landed. So, we can't run that mission. Epic. So it's slow going at the start of the career mode. You know, future episodes and things like that, when we start making planes and stuff, will be more. You were supposed to land on ground, yeah. Yeah, you're not wrong. I was supposed to land on ground, but sadly I didn't really have any control over it. We do get some more science though, which means we can unlock some more parts. Yeah, again, another mod that I've got installed is the Final Frontier. So, hello, Checkmore. Oh, sorry. Yeah. So I think I think it was. I'm supposed to land on the ground to get the mission success kind of thing. So there's two kind of. I think the way the game works, there's two instances when you're on the ground. You've got like splash down, which is what we were in the water, and then you've got landed, which is on solid ground. And unfortunately, we were in the water, whereas it wants us to be on solid ground. But yeah, a couple of ribbons for Jeb. So Final Frontier mod here basically gives like achievements for your Kerbals, so you can see like what Kerbals have done certain things. It's basically just a nice way of tracking their progress and giving them a bit of backstory and like lore and stuff like that. It's quite good. Do we want to take any others? It's cool. I like it. I've had it on quite a few playthroughs, and it's really good. Because you can give them like milestones of like being the first Kerbal in space and like being the first Kerbal on Duna and stuff like that. So it's quite fun to have. Yeah, I don't think we can do any of these just yet. Let me go to research and development because we should now. So this is a good one to have. So we're going to research this, and then hopefully when we get a bit more science, we can start unlocking some better parts. Having a few ribbons myself, I want that mod. Yeah, yeah. It's like I say, it's a good one to have. I'm guessing you're serving or you got ribbons from like your work or something. Yeah, radio. That's it. Yeah, we could start unlocking some flights soon as well. Drum construction. Yeah, we've got some decent parts at the next level of tech that we can get. Okay, nice. Yeah, well. Thank you for your service, mate. Did you get disabled in while you were in, or was that sort of since, if you don't mind me asking? And what branch as well? Enhanced ability, basic science. That'll be a good one to have as well, actually. Yeah, next tech level should start giving us some decent things that we can start doing. Right, so we're going to go back in here and we're going to start refining this model a little bit. Because we've got a lot of small fuel tanks and we've got bigger fuel tanks that we can play with now. Medical... Okay, fair enough. That's, sorry to hear, mate. It does hit people, unfortunately. It is common with... Well, I say common. It is, I think it's a lot more common than what people realise amongst vets. I've got a few mates, a few friends that are in the British forces, and, you know, yeah, they tell me about it. Because, I mean, they work in the med chain themselves, so, you know, they probably see it a lot more than what your standard guys do. But, yeah, there's... it is unfortunate when that happens. Yeah, what branch were you, mate? 2, 3, 4. Slap some of these on. We're going to start launching some with these bigger. Can't imagine being. I mean, my mates are medics. They're not necessarily medical officers, so they're not doctors. They're like paramedic, EMT kind of level, but they enjoy it. You know, they really enjoy it. So I mean, it's got to have some bonuses and some positives to it if they still do it. Structural... Air Forces and aircraft. Oh, nice. So one of my mates is currently working with a few like air mechanics and that, based for the Army Air Corps. So like the Apaches and that. Stick. This might be a bit overkill, but I think it'll work. Oh, we're gonna slap it a bit extra fuel on it. We're getting into orbit if it kills us. Yeah, and it is nice. Like I said, they enjoy it from every time I talk to them, and they obviously there's parts of it they didn't like, parts they dislike, but for the most part they seem to enjoy what they do. Where were you trying to go with that? Oh, where am I trying to go with that? I think I'm gonna blast a hole through the straight to heaven. To be honest, I mean we got about 3,000 meters per second. We're definitely getting into orbit with this. I think with 3,000 meters per second, we can probably hit Duna. At least fly by it. But we're we're gonna use it just to definitely make sure we get into space. Yeah, no, we're gonna stick the winglets on. I mean, there's a good thing now that we've got bigger fuel tanks and stuff. It takes less parts, which means we can add more stuff on. There we go. Do we have struts yet? No, we don't. This is probably going to end in tears, but I mean, I'm here for it. Right, there we go. We're gonna stick some fins on slightly higher as well, just to increase the aerodynamic assistance with it, shall we say? And we're gonna keep the main engine. We're gonna keep at low throttle, like we tried to do last time. This could go very badly though, because I anticipate these thumpers might knock the main body of the rocket. But we'll have a go. We'll see what we can do. Unable to launch. Oh, that's too heavy. 20. Yeah, okay, fair one. We are just a bit chonky. gonna have to take these things off then. There we go. What we've got at the minute, 2,000. We could probably, I think we could probably get away with strapping the solid fuel motors on there now. Fins near the noses generally work against. Yeah, I mean, in my experience, you're not wrong. I think if you put all your fins up near the nose, it's not ideal. I think if you have one or two, it's not horrific. I was mainly putting them on to try and work against the sort of high thrust that we've got from the bottom, stop it turning into a bit of a lawn dart. We've had a couple of dodgy dodgy launches already in this stream because of that, but we'll we'll remove them because I've taken the big fat boosters off. I'll stick a couple of nose cones on. And to be fair, we've got the big winglets on the actual main body of the rocket now, so we might be a bit better off. You know what? Nuts to it. We're just going to go for it. We're going to send it. We are slowly making them some of the money back that we've been spending so far, which is good. Again, we're only taking sort of 30% of the funds that we would normally, so we've got quite a heavy debuff financially. That cost of living crisis is hitting hard, but yeah, we are slowly overcoming that deficit. So we're going to put a little bit of thrust on. We're going to let the boosters do the majority of the lifting here. And we're going to try it anyway and see what happens. It could all go wrong. Yeah, it's already going wrong. So we just don't have enough control authority with this module. Yeah, because we are not in control of this at the minute. It's banking down towards the south, and it's not ideal. If we get through that... Oh, never mind. I thought I had the staging figured out. I mustn't have done it properly. Let's get rid of you. You know what? Even if we're in a north-south orbit, it's still better than nothing. Let's see if we can manage it. We just want to get into orbit at this point and get that achievement and get that mission finished. What's our output access? 25,000 at the minute. I don't think we're going to get into orbit on this one either, you know. I'll take the rap for that one though. That was a staging issue, I think. Start pulling that in. What's our output apps? 37. So we're about 40,000. We're definitely going to get into space again. We're going to have a bit more fuel to play with, but yeah, I don't think it's quite enough. Ordinarily, like I said before on the last launch, we do want to try and launch and point the rocket to the east, but because of the way the aerodynamics just kind of forced us. Just kind of forced us to the south and tipped us this way. So rather than try and work against it and try and recover that lost momentum and try and redirect it, I'm just gonna work with what we've got and see if it helps. Let's see what. Trying to make out what Delta V we've got left. Yeah, we definitely don't have enough to get into orbit. We'll be suborbital for sure. We'll definitely get into space once again, but it's going to be it's going to be just about it's about 300 meters per second short, unfortunately. See, it helps when you, see if it helps when you go back to the hangar from here, or is it just a redo? It is essentially just a redo. I think if I work with the staging a bit more, so I'm getting the main engine, providing that control on the aircraft, on the spacecraft itself, it should fix the issue. But we'll see how this gets on first. I mean, we know we're not going into orbit, but I also don't want to cop out too much, because you never know, we might land this thing and be able to get the lander mission done, because if we can get the lander mission done, I can replace this with the normal Mark 1, which is a bit aerodynamically nicer. It weighs a little bit more, but it works a bit better for what we're trying to accomplish, I think. As in fact, no, we're not even going to get into space. I tipped us over a bit too far, unfortunately. 2 years away from this game has definitely nerfed my skill level a little bit, I think. I'm curious where we're going to end up now. Tell you what, since we've got one sec. Makes it a bit more aerodynamically friendly, I think. Might carry us a bit further. So yeah, we were extremely draggy with that. Do you get your money back? Do you... No. So if I was going to revert to the space plane hangar, then sorry, the VAB, the build of the hangar, then we'd get everything back. But obviously, part of the reason why I've like dropped the funding and stuff like that is to make the save game a little bit harder for myself. That's a lot of heating. So I feel like if we just kept reverting back just until we got it right, it'd be a bit cheaty, especially at this early stage. Like later on, when we've got more money and we're doing bigger and more complex missions and like getting into orbit's a bit more routine, I'd maybe think less of it, because you know we've already done it 1,000 times already. But at this point where getting into orbit is an achievement in the career, it's I think it's better if we see the failures through as well as the successes. In other news, I have no idea where this is going to end up because we're landing at night now, so this could end in tears. Let's remove them back as well. I mean, looks like we're going to land on land, but I'm not sure where. But we're not on. It doesn't look like it's going to be too hilly or anything. So obviously, if you are learning the game, you can flip between the two altitude meters here. So you've got sea level here, and then you got a land level here, and you see it does flick between the two. Oh, that's I think we're going to land into a thunderstorm though. So again, this is one of the mod features for the volumetric clouds. You actually do get weather systems, as you can see with the lightning flashes down below us. The good, I mean, good for us. Maybe not for you guys watching, but it doesn't really affect the spacecraft. It's all purely visual. I can't imagine the existential crisis I'd go through if I had to try and dodge lightning with these things. But yeah, I mean, it looks fantastic, especially at night. This is my first time seeing this, and I think it's great. I downloaded all the mods. I'd kind of had a quick test of them, but I didn't really play around with it too much because I didn't want to spoil the surprise for myself. And yeah, the thunder and stuff down below us is awesome. I love it. Alright, let's how far away? Oh, that's the rest of the rocket hitting the floor. Okay, so we're going to land about 500 meters higher than what we intended. That looks like a mountain in the distance. Top tier gameplay here. Black Screen Simulator 2025. Let's speed it up so we can get to the ground a bit quicker. Christ. I've got a headset on, so I heard that right on my left ear. I thought it was someone crashing through my door. Let's get rid of that heat shield now that we've slowed down. And in hindsight, that might not have been the best move I've ever made because this thing's perfectly round and I think we're landing on a hill. This might not be over just yet. Oh dear. Please tell me, have we got legs? Oh, I'd love if we had legs. Let's move the flight engineer out of the way. Right, let's turn the lights on first. And that's the heat shield exploding. Uh-oh. Let's try and get whatever science we can, even if we do roll down the hill. Reset. Again, pressure data. I'm actually quite nervous as to what happens when we hit the floor because I don't know when it's coming. Oh, but I want to land it so we can run the test. Sorry, Dreb, this might be the end, buddy. Alright, we're gonna get this ready as soon as we land. Run the test! We ran the test. Right, come on. I think we are stationary. That's fantastic. Nuts, come on. Right, stay still. It's kind of rolled onto its roof, so I think we're okay. And I think we managed to get that test off. I think we're good. All right, we're good. Oh, I genuinely was a bit nervous there. Okay, we only got a couple of points of science, but the main thing is we, okay, nice. Yeah, the main thing is obviously we kept some money. I think we lost about 8 grand out of that failure, but we did complete a contract, which was good. Right. Anything else that we can do? Solid fuel booster, decoupler. I mean, we drag one of these in anyway. Yeah, we're gonna take this because I think we can do that anyway. Are there hostiles on Kerbal? I don't I'm assuming you mean like hotels and stuff. I can only imagine. There is mods you can get that make like little towns and villages and stuff. Yeah. Let's see what else we got. Can't do anything else there, unfortunately. Right, let's refine that. Let's remake it and try again. We're doing better than I expected to, though. I definitely expected to have a couple of gravestones outside the building by this point. I am going to slap, to be honest, one more fuel tank on there, because even if we had been pointing in the right direction, I think we would have been a little bit borderline. Plus, if it makes it heavier, it should help us out a little bit. Oh, hostiles. No. So, there's no, like, flora, there's no fauna or anything like that. There's no animals or anything. Mainly because of the limitations of the game, I think. You got, like, plant life and stuff added by Scatterer. But in terms of the game and the story, the little green men that you see running around are literally the only things that live on this planet. And there's nothing on like anything on any other planets or anything like that either. So it's purely just a sort of sandbox exploration game. Right, we are gonna try one more time, and hopefully, well, in fact, we're gonna take 2 minutes now and sort this station out. Right, yeah, so both of these fire at once. That flies off. Which liquid engine? It's a swivel, I think, anyway. It should be the swivel. Yeah, it's a swivel. I prefer the swivel myself to the Reliant, just because, I prefer that gimbal control, especially at the lower level of the game where, you know, you're not... In fact, speaking of control, I'm glad you said that, because that's reminded me I can get rid of this thing now. It's not really that helpful. It doesn't have a lot in the way of control. So we're going to get rid of you. Put you on... There we go. Get Old Faithful back on there. Because this thing does have a bit more more ability in terms of control, because it's got better reaction wheels and stuff. And it's just, it looks better on it anyway. So, where are we? Utility, that's what I want in it. Where is it? Blind? There we go. Nice, right. And then stick some signs back on it. So barometer on, temps, and your engineer. There we go. And then your mystery go on this side. That should keep us nice and safe while being a little bit better for what we're trying to accomplish. We will get to orbit. I am determined. This used to be, again, this used to be routine for me. It's 2 years away. I've got more skill fade than I thought I did. What contracts have we got? Flight over Kerbal. Ah, yeah, I definitely should have tested the heat shield on the last mission. I completely forgot about that. Decoupler and heat shield I need to test on re-entry. That is a must. And the swivel in, haul this into flight and then orbit Kerbal. So this I need to test as we're ascending. It's slow for 16,000 meters though. We'll give it a go. Normally we're going a lot faster than that by the time we reach those altitudes, but we might get lucky. We'll see. Right, we're gonna... Yeah, no, we're just gonna get straight into it. I was gonna wait until and try and fast forward time till the next morning, but we've only got a finite amount of resources on the aircraft with the life support mod, and also hopefully if we do reach short orbit, it's not going to be too relevant. Tell you what I could have done though, is probably place these boosters the other way around, but oh well, too late now. Double check the... We're gonna, just for now... There we go, right. Move you into there. Ah, right. Wait, hang on, heat shield? Is that a heat shield? Yeah, we still have the heat shield on. Decoupler. Okay, we're good. Right, so we want that there. Cool. Staging should be good this time. Let's get a little bit of control on this. Every time I've said it, it's always gone horribly wrong, but here we go anyway. That's a bit better. And we're going to do the standard approach of straight up and rotate over once we get past the 10,000 meters. We're definitely already too fast for the test, but that's fine. Right, we're going to lift that. We're going to separate them. And you know what? We're now going to start trying to tip ourselves over. We're already supersonic, but it is what it is. Come on. I mean, this launch has already gone like 10 times better than the last one, so I will take it, but... we could do with some control wheels or something. Oh. That's a bit of an overcorrection on my part. Right, there we go. might just make orbit this time. Throttle down a little bit and just let momentum carry us up. We're definitely going to space now. Our apoapsis, if you can make it out on the KSP engineer, has just gone over that 70-kilometer mark. So now it's all about building up that horizontal momentum, which is what we're doing now. The orbital speed needs to reach 2,300, and then we will be good. I think we're going to manage it. I'm going to cut the engine off for now, because what we're going to do is we're going to wait until we hit apoapsis. So once we hit apoapsis, we're then going to fire the engines off again and circularize this orbit. Unfortunately, we don't have the tracking station upgraded enough so that we can do maneuver nodes or anything, so we are going to have to eyeball this a little bit. But we should be alright. We've got 800 meters per second of is that 800? Yeah, 800 meters per second of delta V on the rocket, meaning that we've definitely got enough to reach orbit. Yeah, we should do. Just about. So it may just be a case of quickly dipping into full orbit and then turning it around and burning to drop us back down. It may be a very, very slow re-entry. Keeping a very close eye on that delta V remaining, because that's going to tell us how likely we are to return. Okay, right. We're going to hold the engine off again a little bit. We've only got about 100 meters of delta V left. We are literally going to just give it a quick squirt on the throttle when we hit apoapsis in 4 minutes' time. We'll fast forward through some of that anyway, just to keep it, somewhat entertaining. And then we'll then have to flip the rocket over and burn whatever we've got left of our fuel to try and dip ourselves back down into the atmosphere. Because if we don't do that, then Jeb's staying up here. He lives in space now, and because we've got the life support mod installed, there's every chance he won't make it back alive. Normal base game, you'd be able to just send up a quick rescue mission when you get time. Not necessarily the case here. But should be okay. We're going to fast forward ever so slightly. Again, it's unfortunate we're doing a lot of this stuff in the night, on the night side of the planet. I'll make sure when we get back to the Space Center to fast forward it through to the next morning. So it's a bit better for you guys to watch along with, I think. Because, yeah, it's always good when you can't see what's happening. From what I understand, though, I mean, I'm not by any means an astronomer or like a rocket scientist or anything like that, but I have watched like a lot of sort of Scott Manley content. He's quite well versed in this sort of stuff, as well as other KSP creators. And from what I remember from him saying, apparently they tend to do a lot of maneuvering and things like that. With real-world spacecraft, they tend to try and do that on the night side of the planet. From what I could be misremembering it, but I'm pretty sure he said that's what they try to do. So I'm going to focus on the numbers quickly, just to make sure that we don't suffocate in space. So we're looking for that periapsis height, just above the cursor there, to go to 70,000. Oh, we are desperately close. There we go, we are in orbit with 80 meters per second left. So we're going to have to try and make a few passes, I think, before we return. into the before the atmosphere grabs us enough that we actually start dropping down. But we're gonna quick blast. That's gonna drop us down. We're okay. We're never mind. We are absolutely returning to Earth now. That apoapsis, sorry, the periapsis has gone minus, which means we are gonna hit the floor at some point. So we're not going to need to make multiple passes, which is good news for Jeb, because it means he's not going to be stuck in space for all that much longer. In fact, we've got probably about 5 minutes, maybe 7 minutes, something like that, I reckon, before we start hitting the atmosphere again. And I think this one's going to be another nighttime re-entry. Okay, right, we're going to jettison the main body of the spacecraft here. Right. Run test. There we go. Right. Lights on, just so it can see some form of reference point. Observe mystery goo. Let's go. We'll save that for where we land. Low pressure data. And then... low temperature. Okay, so heating effects are going to be a little bit more pronounced on this one, because we were going orbital speed. So the re-entry might be a little bit more of a spectacle. I'm going to zoom all the way out here and see just how far on the planet, on the night side we are. The answer is very, because I can't zoom out quick enough. I mean, if we left it a little bit later, we might have made it round. As it is, I think we're probably going to be landing around about sunrise time. Which isn't the worst thing in the world. We're going to turn the battery on a little bit. Double check how much battery power we got. We've got loads of battery left. So at the moment, while we're in the thinner atmosphere, the command pod isn't having to work all that hard to keep us pointing the direction. But the harder it has to work, the more energy it uses, and when it runs out of energy charge, that's when we have to worry a little bit, because that's where we start losing control of the cockpit if we need to make any corrections. Something is overheating. I think that's the mystery goo container. So we're just gonna turn the SAS off. We're gonna let aerodynamics handle it. It should move, as you see there. It's moved the mystery goo just out of the way of the worst of the heating, I think, which was the problem there. You saw the little heat bar pop up. As yeah, you see the sun just cresting over. Well, the amber of the sunrise just starting to form over the horizon there. A little bit longer if we'd have waited, would have been fine. But given that we only had 80 meters per second, I didn't know just how easy it would have been to return. So I wanted to try and burn as close to apoapsis as possible. Obviously, with anyone that hasn't necessarily played it before or is still learning, if you want to maximize your effect of your burn, of turning the engines on, you do it at the opposite end of the orbit that you want to affect, essentially. So if you want to drop or raise your periapsis, you'll burn at apoapsis, and vice versa. Cool. Right, so we've made it through the hardships of re-entry. What was the other test we were supposed to run? We were supposed to run something. Decoupler. Well, we kind of got rid of that. So, whoops. I guess we'll do it on the next one. Yeah, I mean, it's safe to run the parachute now, so we're going to run the parachute. And then once we get back down, once we slow down enough, we'll ditch the heat shield. The good thing is, now that we've reached orbit, we can do that a bit more routine now. We know exactly what we need to do, and we should pull a decent amount of science out of this, hopefully. Meaning that we can afford some better stuff and start taking on some different missions. Hopefully, at some point, we get probe cores and things like that. We can start sending probes to space. Because we've got ComNet enabled and all that sort of stuff, we are going to have to like spend a bit of time establishing like a comm network first before we start sending things to like the moon and stuff. But yeah, it means we're at least making progress now that we've finally got something into orbit intentionally as well. Let's see if we're over land or water. Okay, so we are over land, but it's lowlands, so it should hopefully be relatively flat. Again, I think between streams I need to have a bit of a play with the layout of the UI, because some of the Kerbal engineer stuff is just in the middle of this bit here. It's not the best laid out, unfortunately, so that's my bad. Probably could have prepped for this a bit better, but unfortunately, yeah, it is what it is for this one. But for the next one, we'll definitely, I'll definitely tidy it up a bit. I'll do our standard trick then of, well, in fact, no. We're gonna wait for the parachute to deploy fully, because if we're slow enough that the heat shield's not at risk, we can keep it, because it means extra funds recovered. Because I think we're landing on like the opposite side of the planet. Obviously, the further away from KSC that you land, the less funds you recover from your rockets. 9 meters per second isn't ideal. We're probably gonna have to drop that. Yeah, you know, I'm not gonna risk it. We're gonna drop it. There we go. Drops us straight down into 7.8. So 7.5 is kind of the rough limit for these pods to land safely, or most collisions to be safe in this game. So yeah, I didn't really want to take any chances. It should slow down to 7.5 in time. I hope it does anyway. It's getting awfully close. There you go. Yeah, 7.6. It'll drop to 7.5 by the time we land. Or it won't. 40. Yeah, 7.5. There you go. With about 30 meters left to go, it just about does it. Awesome. Right. We didn't run the mystery goose, so we'll run that here now. As we're over the grasslands. Okay, fair enough. Cool. And crew report as well. And then we'll recover. Right. Sitting on 80 science now then, so we've definitely profited there. We've got the stonks on the go. Jebediah's now up to level 1 as well. I forget what that means he can do off the top of my head, but he's got a few more ribbons to lord over his mates. And yeah, we're gonna fast forward a little bit just to the next sunrise. Ain't that pretty? Okay, cool. So hopefully it means that we get a little bit more action during the daytime now, when it's not just Black Screen Simulator 2025. Back up to 153 grand, which is good. Okay, so I think let's figure out what we can unlock first before we start looking at what strategy we have. It's probably going to be the better way to go about this. Enhanced survivability, basic science. I mean, basic science would help just in terms of pulling in more science, really. We only have enough for one of these, which is the big issue. Why has that got nothing? Just it's because it's got the community tech tree involved. So there's going to be a lot of nodes here that just don't have anything to them. So we're going to have to pick our way through some pointless nodes at some point. Okay, basic fly. I mean, again, could be useful for when we're flying around Kerbin, but well, for right now, probably not. Yeah, I'd say probably won't go for this just yet. General construction could be useful. Let's see a little what we got. The struts are always good to have, just to make your craft a little bit more sturdy. While we're still at low tech and small rockets, it's not horrific just yet, but we need to keep this in mind for the future, definitely. Stability enhancer again could be useful, but we're doing all right at the minute without it. What else we got? Advanced rocketry. The Terrier is very good, actually. Thinking about it, I might go for this. I could really do with a probe core, though. Where is the nearest probe core? Well, it's one or the other, really. I could go around and then try and get 5 science. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to take 5. I'm going to take the basic science, do a quick mission around KSC, just with a little ground thing, get some science, and then buy the advanced rocketry, because I think we can get to a point where we can start sending things in flybys of the moon and stuff like that. I don't think we're necessarily going to be able to do a whole lot. We've got a high gain antenna we could potentially do. Yeah, I think that's the plan. That's the play. We'll go for the science, and then we'll go for the rocketry after that. Cool. Can I upgrade this? 75 grand. You know what? Is it worth it? Because I'd have to do both of them, I think. Max parts 30. Yeah, it's worth it. It's worth it. Because I can use the thumper. They're quite heavy, and that's only one part. Right. So we're going to create a little just a little probe kind of thing at the minute. It's not going to be anything fancy. It's not even going to take off. All we're doing is literally just getting these experiments that we've just unlocked. We're going to slap them all onto a small probe, sit it on the launch pad, and then just get the science, just to get that extra 5, get the Terrier engine and things like that, because that's it's arguably one of the best engines, I think. In my personal opinion, it's one of the best engines in the game, because it's very efficient for the sort of early game, and your probes can use it and things like that. And I tend to use it even for like late game vehicles and stuff. It's really good to have. Payload, so we'll just stick a 2.5 meter service bay on it. Open. Communication. Slap that on the top. Electrical. Load it full of batteries. Fill it full of Duracell, and then there we go. Right. There we go. Right. Close that off, and then just stick the experiments on it. And it's useful for especially like harder playthroughs like this one, to have. Oh Christ! Yeah, we don't want 6 of those. That's a bit overkill. But yeah, it's for you know, harder playthroughs like this. It's very useful to actually just go around the Kerbal Space Center and get science from different parts of that. It can help just tip you over that edge of what's that? Is that barometer? No, it's not. Where's my barometer? There it is. Yeah, just tip you over the edge of that whatever you're missing, essentially, science-wise. Cargo, no. We're done with that. Utility. None of this. That should do for now. Science. Bitch. Mark 1. There we go, right. Launch. I appreciate if there is anyone that obviously has quite a lot of hours in KSP watching. It might be a bit dry at this part of the career save. I always find early stage KSP careers something you got to get through to get to the more exciting stuff. But I wanna have the full journey on stream, to be honest. So we gotta endure. There you go, 6 science. That's good there. Log. Didn't even in fact no, I did need to set a antenna on it. Right, cool, that is all that done. Nice and recover. Won't cost us a single penny because we're recovering it from the launch pad, so we've essentially just scored ourselves some free science. Right, cool. So that puts us over that 46 that we needed, so we can now unlock the Terrier. We've got a couple of radial engines as well, better fuel tanks, and all in just much better stuff. What is this? Reaction wheel, I think. That's a cargo part. I've not seen this Starshot thing before, so I have no idea what it is. Fireworks, I think. Am I wrong? I have no idea what this does. I think it is. I think it's just... I don't know. We'll have to have a play with that at some point. I've never seen that before. Right, anyway, let's get that done. Let's design a probe. Let's do some stuff with some things. There we go. Right, let's get rid of you. So we are going to send a probe. We are going to start sending probes, I think. In fact, you know what? Before we start building this, we got to be smart with our strategies and stuff. Just because, again, we aren't pulling in anywhere near as much money as we would like to. We're still below 100,000 at the minute. Let's head over to the administration building. Let's get rid of you. Yes. Can't do probe friendlies yet. Probe friendly yet. Because we need 200 reputation. Okay. Moon probes is probably... Alright, that's crewed missions. We don't want crewed missions just yet. So what we're going to... The plan is, I think, we're going to send moon probes and stuff out there first. Get a bit of science, get start building up a comm network, really, and then once we've established all that sort of stuff, then we'll start looking at sending piloted missions to the moon. Oh, nice! This gives us 100k, which is good. Land probes and 3 different biomes on the moon. Well, we get extra 400% funds to milestone gains for the moon, which is good. Yeah, minus 80% for other bodies, that's fine. We're not aiming for other bodies just yet. And then increases the likelihood of receiving contracts for the moon. And we get 25 grand for it, but 75 reputation, which should start unlocking a lot more stuff. Which is going to be useful. What's this one do for us? It's just a generic 20% bonus to KSC science. We'll do that at some point in the future, but I want to start trying to unlock some stuff. Okay, so we've taken the moon probes, which means we are locked in with this now, because we can't afford to cancel it, I don't think. Ah, right. Okay, never mind. So that 100 grand advantage that we had, we hasn't translated into the debuff that we gave ourselves. So we only got 30 grand of that 100 grand advance. Whoops. So what we're going to do now is, all we're going to do is we're going to piece together a probe, and we're just going to sling it past the moon. We're not even, we're not going to strap any science equipment to it to do while it's in orbit, because it's not going to have anything to communicate with. We're not going to build that. We're just going to prove the concept by just shooting something past the moon. Hopefully set it on some form of free trajectory or back to Kerbin. And then, you know, we can see how viable that is. Once we've done that and, you know, had a bit of fun, we'll then start with the chore of trying to build up a comm network, because that is a lot of very similar launches in quick succession. It's quite a precision thing as well, so we'll see. Right, fuel tanks. So we need yeah, it's cargo. It's a 2.5 meter thing in it. I've got a mosquito in my room. I'm in the UK. We don't have those here. Anyway. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I just want the payload bay thing. Payload, there we go. That's 1.25, so it is doable. In fact, yeah, we're gonna do this. So it's going to be a 1.25 meter probe. I don't know why, I always forget the Stay Putnik base is 0.8 of a meter. Always tricks me. Right, we're going to stick the heat shield on the bottom. And that is essentially going to be, hopefully, our returner probe. I say hopefully because we'll see. Drogue chutes are useful. Actual radial mount parachutes, though, that's where it's at. This may end in tears as well. Let's try that, and then stick some drogues on the side of the Stay Putnik. That's not going to launch if I do it that way. Yeah, we'll have to do it this way, I guess. And just hope for the best. We'll hope and pray. Might mean that we land upside down, but yeah, it is what it is. We should have enough parachutes in that it won't affect it too much. We'll open this up. We'll load this full of truss caps, solid caps. Yeah, we want solid caps because that's where we're going to place the batteries and stuff. Again, I don't think we've actually unlocked... So we actually haven't unlocked solar panels yet, so it's going to be battery powered all the way. Alright. Hang on. Where are the batteries that I slammed in there before? I am so confused. Weird. Well, guess the batteries are going to sit on top then. And then appliance and communication. What's going on with this? Why can't I place anything on the bottom there? We were able to last time. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Now we can. Weird. I think the heat shield needs to go on last for the snapping to work properly. There we go. Right. So yeah, we're just going to put everything in the service bay just to protect it against re-entry and things like that, I think. And then science. I'm going to put 2 of these in here. There we go. And then thermometers again. And the thermometers can go on top. There we go, and the barometers. And then that thing should be good to launch, I think. Why aren't you sitting where I want you to sit? This is irritating. Oh, I think I know why. Let's just sit and pray that that works, I guess. Close that. Stick you on. And now... Wait, hang on. So now we need eight pieces to send this to space. That's doable. Alright, yeah, we need a decoupler, don't we? Coupling, there we go. We need a reaction wheel, I think, as well, actually, thinking about it. Command control. We don't have one. Fantastic. Well, it's going to be interesting. Structural. We haven't upgraded the tracking station either. So it would literally be a free ball. I'm going to quickly dive out of here. Don't worry, when it says it doesn't save, it'll pick it back up again as soon as we jump back in. I want to see how much it is to upgrade the tracking station to be able to do maneuver nodes. More than we have. Resource transfer. Why can't we do maneuver nodes? Oh well. Yeah, I'm not sure how viable this is going to be now, you know. Thinking about it. Oh, wait. Actually. Explore the moon. Yeah, we take that. Because we need to try and get that up to 150,000. And it's not going to be happening anytime soon. Okay, right. Well, we're going to continue trying anyway. It's probably going to be a bit cooked, I'm not going to lie. Right. Engines. Terrier. Let me have a look, see. $381, we need more than that. It needs about $1,000 before we get to the moon normally. Let's see. Trying to figure this out. It's Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a challenge because I don't think we can set maneuver nodes up on this, meaning we're going to have to really just try and eyeball how to get to the moon here. I'm going to drop you for you, stick you on there. 611. That should get us at least out to the moon, hopefully. I'm not sure. Maybe, maybe not. Coupling. Get you there. 126. Okay, right. 1, 2. Swivel. That's 1200. Okay, and then I'm aware we're going to go over. I'll take a couple of batteries out. I think is probably the best way to go about it. Let's see. That's that'll only just get us out into orbit, I think. Might have been a bit ambitious here. But we're going to do it. We'll make it happen. Very, very badly when I release those boosters. Might go a bit better. Yeah. And then get you on there. Hold on to you for a second. How much does it cost to upgrade the VAB? Because if I can upgrade the VAB, we get over the 30-part limit warning, which is going to be a massive help to us if we can do that. But again, I'm a bit 225 grand. That ain't happening, Chief. The problem is we can't just start small by building up the comm network, because that takes money, which we do not have. It's 39 points, so even if I took all 8 batteries out, might be a little bit cooked here. Probably take the drogue chutes off. Drogue chutes aren't going to really do anything for us. So that's down to 37. Drop it to 1, thermometer 1. One barometer. That's down to 35. Yeah, we'll go to 6 batteries. It's not ideal, but alright, yeah, we're going to take this all off. There we go. We're going to leave the 2 goo containers in there, I think. Close. What's that put us to? 33. So 3 items. What can we do? What can we do? We need the fuel and stuff like that. Oh, bear with us. Oi, right. Let's see what we can drop out of this. Yeah, it's this 30-part limit that's really, really screwing us at the minute. Hmm. 3 parts out of it. How much do these hold each? 100, so you can't really do much there. Alright, I'm going to do something that's probably not ideal. I'm going to take the goo containers out. And then... we need the heat shield because we're going to be coming in quite quick. We're going to need that because the probe core doesn't come with it as standard. We're going to need... I imagine we're going to need both chutes because it's going to be a bit heavy. I might be wrong. I mean, I could get rid of the nose cones. It's going to make it draggy, but it's going to drop the part count down. Yeah, you know what? It's not the wisest thing I've ever done, but it might work. There's enough thrust to weight in these things that it's not gonna hurt us too much. I'm gonna stick a mystery goo back in. There we go. Right. This is probably gonna fail spectacularly, as do most of my creations on the first attempt, but we're gonna try anyway. Right, you go there. You go there. Wait. So we got, yeah, about 3 grand. That's enough, I think, to get us into orbit. We're about to find out anyway. 31? What? 31? We dropped 2 and added 1. We were on 31 last time. God damn it. Right, okay. Well, we're getting rid of the mystery goo then. We can always take another one up on the next probe. Oh, I know why. I'm a moron. That's why. Alright. There we go. There we go. And it's not the prettiest thing ever, but it should hopefully do the job regardless. We'll do that. Drop this down as best we can, so it's resting on that. We want it... Oh. Just slid off ever so slightly. Okay, right. We're going to go... Yeah, that's a bit better. And I think... it should mean that when it tips over, both of these boosters are at the side and it's not too lopsided. Alright, Moon Probe 1. Alright, let's see how badly we do this then. I mean, the positive is, while it's got the engines firing, it should make its own electric charge, so the batteries only have to last into space. I just have no idea how we're going to do this with no maneuver nodes. It's going to be weird. I can't even set targets. Well, this is going to be painful. We're going to give it a go. Why not? Going to the moon. Well, I mean, that's the hope. Luckily, this is a probe, so if it all goes wrong, we don't lose our astronauts, but we are going to lose some monies. There is no SAS. Nuts. Okay, right. This is probably going to go very, very wrong then. We are at the ragged edge of what the assembly building will let us have. Let's see what we can do. I'm hoping I got this, bro, but I'm flying this on my own and I'm flying on a keyboard. If we can just hold the attitude until we clear the worst of the atmosphere and until these boosters run out of juice, I think we'll be through the worst of it. Right. Let's start pitching ourselves over. Come on. I mean, it's very... luckily, it's very aerodynamically stable. Unlike my last attempts. Nearly rolled over there. Okay. I mean, this thing's going into space regardless. Like, those boosters have already made sure it's leaving the atmosphere. I might leave this out of leave the engine off for a second while I plan. It's just a shame. I can't do any I forgot. Yeah, we can't do any maneuver nodes or anything. So this is all eyeballed. Right. Let's try and turn this back to where it needs to be. And let's go. I'm going to power it up. Maneuver notes are for nerds. Why do I feel like that's more the Zap Brannigan approach? This is a route for sissies. That's a route with some chest hair. Right, okay, we're out of that. Let's fire the smaller Terrier engine then. And we are definitely not in orbit at the minute. I don't know if we're going to get to orbit. This might fall at the first hurdle. Oh, we got like 2 grand Delta V. Unfortunately, no control over the spacecraft. Come on. Brannigan's. Oh, I've just rewatched most of Futurama at the minute. I'm just going through the new seasons that were on Hulu. I forgot just how good Zap Brannigan's character is. We're gonna win this war with superior tactics and the element of surprise. Surprise! Just drops him through the floor. Right, we are okay in orbit now, which is good. Now I need to figure out how to yeah, now I need to figure out how it is. I'm gonna... Right, let's circularize anyway. That's the first part. Right, we're circularized. We are now in space. I need to figure out and try and just guess where the moon's going to be versus where I get out. I anticipate if I fire the rockets just as we cross the daylight side, we can potentially intercept the moon there. I think. This 30% funds thing is really screwing me over. It was a good idea in concept until I figured I forgot how to play the game. Right, let's how... In fact, that's another thing as well, because we've only got a finite amount of electric charge. Right. Hard mode, yeah, kind of. It's on custom difficulty, so I've set it. Most of the settings are the same. I gave myself a Donald Trump-esque small loan of 500,000, but to start with. But I spent most of that upgrading the runway for aesthetic reasons. And then yeah, I've put the funds gain at 30% of original, and then I've put science at 80% of original. It is kind of hard to make KSP difficult without making it grindy, you're right, but I've always found that in my normal career mode playthroughs, I've never struggled for money, it's never really been a concern. So I've made that a factor, but yeah, I mean, I've still got like Comnet and things like that on as well, meaning meaning I've still got to do the grindy stuff of like setting up comms networks and satellite arrays and stuff, and I've just added extra hurt to the career mode with yeah, the low funding and stuff. That's why I'm currently trying to fly blind into the moon at the minute. But we're gonna make a go of it. There's no SASs hurting me though as well, because I can't even stabilize the spacecraft, which means it's gonna have constant input from me. Okay, we'll leave that burning for a minute. I've got to do it at low thrust, which means I'm probably gonna have to make a couple of orbits around Kerbal before it starts to really pick up. And the problem is because I didn't think this through. I've put the it's a bit like lopsided in the weight distribution, because it's got one of the goo canisters off to one side, so it's constantly pulling to the right. So I'm having to constantly like counteract that as well. I mean, the good thing is, once I get it out to the atmosphere, the altitude that the moon's at, I can kind of just leave it there, and eventually it will just encounter it. But I'd rather, you know, like, do it intentionally instead of by accident. I mean, the orbit is heading out. We're getting there. I just have no idea if we're going to be successful with this. The good thing is, I know if I just keep it at like 90 degrees on the orbit eccentricity, it should hit the moon at some point, because the moon is on like a perfectly equatorial orbit, which, you know, is handy. Okay, right, let's drop the thrust a little bit. I think I might have missed it on this approach. We're about to find out. Yeah, we'll have missed it on this approach, but I mean, I'm gonna hold it out there. It is using up some charge, but we'll figure it out. Let's see how bad we scuffed it by. I mean, you know what? We didn't miss it by much. I'll take that. Oh wait, did we get it? No, we didn't. I got excited then. Wait, world first milestones, broken speed record. I don't care about that. Yeah, if we'd have aimed off ever so slightly... We, oh, wait, no. I think I might have got it, you know? I just got it! I just blind hit the moon! Oh, I didn't expect that to be a thing. It didn't tell me in the flight path, because obviously we don't have the tracking station upgraded to notify me when I've got, intercepts. But yeah, we've just aimed for the moon and just hit it first try without any real thought. I'm well happy with that. Oh, that's awesome. Yes, right. I can't run any experiments though, I don't think. Let's have a look, see. Because again, I've got it set to ComNet needs control. Hibernation. Oh, I can stick it in hibernation. That's good. I keep hold of me. Who's it? Battery power. But I need a service bay. Yeah, I know it's locked. After. Yeah, we can't take any barometer readings or anything like that, which is a shame. Still, I'm proud of that. I just... Oh, Christ, okay. The time warp's a bit screwy, but it is what it is. What's my periaps? Oh, we are... Yeah, we're definitely hitting the ground on this pass. So, we need to hopefully work to recover... Never mind. We are out of electric charge as well, so this thing is going to burn up in the atmosphere. So we can't do anything. Whoops. You know what? I'll still take it. I aimed for the moon and I hit it. I genuinely thought it was just going to pass us by, but no, we got it. Oh, we are... Yeah, we physically can't control this either, so, well, we're going to watch it explode, but that's about all we're going to get out of this. You know what? I'm glad I sent a probe on this. This thing was holding about 20 Gs before it started slowing down. And it's a big shame, you know. A little bit of battery power. If I'd have thought ahead of time and turned the hibernation on, a little bit of battery power, we could have landed this. As it is, we're just gonna have to sit and settle for watching it hit the floor. But we accomplished a mission, so I'm happy with that. And we got 20 grand for that as well, so we've made the money back for the craft and then some. Oh dear. Well, that's the only memento we got of this mission is a crater in some random Windows desktop background. We're straight up landed in the old Windows desktop. That was awesome. I'm happy with that mission. I don't care. That's a success. Space Center. Yeah, that's a success to me. Don't ask me to do it again, though. I don't think I could get that lucky twice in a row. I think the sheer amount of mods I've got installed on this, though, is probably the reason why it was a bit screwy with the time warp. Because I think that's what messed us over, to be honest. We had enough battery power that we definitely could have survived if it hadn't like skipped through a whole orbit. Anyway, we got that. Explore the Mun. Go to the Mun and stay there in a nice stable orbit. I don't know. Oh, we're on 200,000 though. We're getting we are making profit. We've got the stonks on the go. Basic jet engine at the launch site, so I don't think... Ah, no, it makes it temporarily available, I think. I believe it makes it temporarily available, and we'll take it. It's extra science, extra money, extra reputation. Yeah, we'll take you, and we'll take you. Testing stuff at the launch site's just a... It's free. It's free science. It's free money. I mean, we're going to have to take this. This is the next logical step. I just don't think we're going to be able to do it until we upgrade the... I think it is the tracking station. I could be wrong, though. That's the thing. Hang on. I'm going to quickly Google it. It's been a while. Yeah, it is. It's level 2 tracking station, so if we unlock this, we can plan the mission a bit better. I mean, I'm still going to have to manually fly the probe, which is a nose, but we now have the ability to create maneuver nodes, which is good, because that means I can actually aim where I'm putting the rocket, because there was plenty of fuel left over in that as well. We could have entered into an orbit, no problem, so... I think, to be honest, we're gonna relaunch the same thing. I might optimize the weight distribution a bit better though, so that it points where I want it to point. So we're just gonna refine it a little bit. Normally, with like a reaction wheel or SAS or something like that, it's fine because you know the reaction wheel will take care of it. But with no reaction wheels on board, because this base model probe doesn't have any reaction wheels or SAS or anything like that. So, yeah, to have the base model probe, you need to make sure that you're... One sec, let's try and aim that as central as I can. There we go. And then I can put this in the middle. But yeah, when you're using this base model probe, you need some form of control, really. Right, let's remove you. So a good way of checking if you're lopsided or anything like that is, let me pull this off, because this is really where it's going to be the big thing. So you just check your center of mass. It's still ever so slightly lopsided, so we're just going to have to play around with it a little bit. I know it's not the most exciting of footage, but it is necessary. So if I do that, I think we've got it pretty spot on. I mean, it looks like it to me. That looks fairly nice and central and not awful. It's ever so slightly off, but I think I can overcome that. Okay, right. Close. There we go, right. What are my contracts at the minute? Orbit the moon. So do that, and then... So what am I on at the minute? 60 grand. So we're at the lowest amount of money we've been since we started the career mode. And this is going to take 13 grand of it, so if we keep crashing these, we are going to run out of money very quickly. It's, yeah. But we know this one works. We know it works. Yeah, we can do the tests later. I was just going to be strapping a bunch of stuff to a probe core and running the tests. And we're only going to get like a grand out of each of those missions. It's not even like a lot of money because we're down, obviously, because we're down so low on the funding. Right. Well, here we go. Test mission number 2. It's a bit lopsided, this launch, but the good thing is that we know we've got enough fuel to overcome it, and now that we've got the ability to create maneuver nodes, it's going to be a lot more of a precise flight once we get into orbit. Come on. Might seem a bit counterintuitive, just pancaking the rocket into the upper atmosphere, but we're basically in space already anyway. In fact, yeah, we're gonna just turn the engine off, I think, at the moment. Right. Let's see. Now that we can create maneuver nodes, I can actually plan the burn to get into orbit as well. No, I don't want to fast forward into there. I want to add maneuver. There we go. It's not really all that high, high thingy. Oh well. We know roughly when we need to burn. I know the figures and stuff anyway to hit. Come on. There we go. Right. I'm just going to burn the rest of the stage, rest of the fuel in this stage, and then let the Terrier do the work. There we go. Drop the throttle, fire the engine. Come on. We might have scuffed the flight path a little bit on this, but it's still working. And now we're just going to fire the engines as high as we can. Manually fly this as before. Like I said, we got so much fuel in this, we could send this to Duna more than likely, and we'd be fine. I've probably over-engineered this quite a lot, but considering the first flight, we were literally flying blind. I think it was necessary. I mean, it's still not even... this concept's still not fully proven anyway. Come on. Let's slowly get up to circularize. Now I'm going to drop that down, and we are nearly circularized. Not even fussed about it being perfectly circular, to be honest. I just want to make sure that we're not going to crash down into the atmosphere. There we go. Right, we're in space. Get rid of you. And now I can set this as the target. So, oof, we're about 2 degrees off. That was a very bad ascent for us. Which means, realistically, if I was to... I mean, we just need to enter into an orbit. We don't even need to be... I've just realised that I don't think we're going to be able to enter into an orbit. In fact, we might. I've upgraded the tracking station. I just don't know what the range on the antenna is anymore. Add maneuver. Well, we're about to science the crap out of this, so let's have a look. Oh, straight off the bat, we do in fact get an encounter. Let's see. I want to play with this. Ideally, what we want to do is we want to plan it so that the spacecraft passes in front of the moon, so that the gravity assist that the moon gives us slows the spacecraft down. So at the very least, if we miss the moon, we come back down to Kerbal. It's the same. I think it's the same sort of profile the the first like Apollo missions took as well, was they just basically yeeted them out from their path in orbit, and they set it so that they'd pass in front of the moon, swing around it, and the way the gravity assist would work, it would lower their orbit around Earth, so that they would then be on the optimal sort of descent profile, and then obviously they could sort of like use small amounts of fuel here and there to fine-tune it on the way back, but they basically just let gravity do a lot of the work for them. It's what we did on the last mission where I was flying blind, but we achieved that more out of just sheer dumb luck than anything else. Right, let me have a look-see. Where is ye old maneuver node? There we go. Right, cool. So okay, I think that's about as close as we're going to get, but if we get this right and we do still have control of the spacecraft, all we need to do is in fact, let's see where we end up after that. I think it extends our orbit. We might be passing behind the moon. We'll figure it out. We'll get close enough to Kerbin that we can adjust the orbit if we need to, and we've got enough fuel that we can. Yeah, if we do manage to get control of the probe while it's passing by the moon, just burn to slow ourselves down to orbit, then that'll be fine, and then I can worry about trying to get us home after that. I mean, at the end of the day, again, this is a probe. It's not really anything I care about losing too much. I'd like to get the core back so we can get the science on board. But for now, it's not horrific. Right, node in 7 minutes. So we're not going to go higher than 50% throttle, so I'm going to fast forward us to probably about the 3-minute mark on this, and then I've got to burn us into position. Alright, there we go. Okay, and I'm going to start accelerating us now, because while it said it was only going to be a 30-second burn, realistically, because we're not using the whole engine power, it's going to take longer. It's the same as your 0 to 60 in your car. You know, you press the accelerator halfway down, it's going to take longer than if you press it all the way to the metal. I mean, it's handling a lot better. It's not pulling to the right anywhere near as much. Like, I'm only having to do the odd correction now, which is good. Obviously, it might look a bit weird as pointing below the horizon to fire the engine, but as you can see by where we're pointing, we're going to miss the planet quite easily. And what we're using here is something called the O-berth effect. So the closer you are to a gravity source, essentially, when you're using your engine, the more potent the effect is. Again, this is something that they're using in the real world as well. Alright, come on. Come on. .4 meters of a second, we'll take that, see where we end up. We are missing it completely. What adjustments do I need to make? Let's have a look, see. Moving. Okay, so maybe if I burn a little bit more, I'll overcome it, or... yeah, that's going to have to be what it is. I just need to burn a bit more. might even get quite a close approach. Yeah, that'll do. Right. Let's go ahead and do that. Stay still! Ah. God, I miss SAS. It's just... It makes life so much easier. I think I'm overshot. Kind of, maybe? I don't know. Oh, there we go. Right, we've got that encounter. Because the orbit's all over the place. That's fine, we can work with that. I can handle that. Right. I'm going to do the smart thing this time, and I'm going to stick this in hibernation. Because then, that means I should... Yep, so if you look in the top right there, I'm not using any electrical charge, meaning we should... Am I not using... no, it's not as a challenge, it's just that I haven't unlocked the maneuver wheels yet. So, I've not unlocked the tech required to have the same level of control I did when I had the Kerbal in the spacecraft. But I want to use the probes to go around the moon first, as you know, kind of just a natural progression kind of thing. It's what we did in the real world, and I want to kind of follow that. But yeah, the unforeseen challenge is that I don't have any SAS on this spacecraft. Same as the one last time. That's why I was so proud of myself with the last one. It was basically a manual flight. I was doing all the input and control and stuff, and I was aiming blind. So for me, that was quite an achievement. But yeah, hopefully, if we get enough science, I can then start finding like control components for the spacecraft and unlock them, and I don't have to worry about this again. We also need solar panels because switching your probes off into hibernation is not ideal, especially if they fall out of range. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. I mean, it looks like we do still have a little bit of control at this point, so it's not impossible that we could get this done, you know. Let's wait for... Where's the moon, please? Ah, right, it's on the next pass, I think we get it. Ah, right, it's on the way back down, that's why. Okay, so that is the, that's the extent of the range, but we're coming back into range now. So you see this little icon here, we do have control of the probe, meaning we are going to be able to get, yeah, no, you don't get SAS from the start, mate. The pilots do. That's why I was putting Jebediah Kerman in all of the rockets, was because as pilots, that's their ability. They do get it as standard, but probes, engineers, scientists, you don't get it. So yeah, that's why I'm struggling at the minute. But we're accomplishing it. I can't add maneuver node control. Oh, it's because it's in hibernation mode. Right. Yeah, I mean we've got signal. That's the main thing, and we should now have battery power. So I'm going to switch. I'm going to bring it back out of hibernation mode. Hopefully, yep. Okay, so now that we've got it in, now that we've woken the probe back up again, I'm going to add the maneuver node. All I'm going to do is I'm just going to slow us down enough that we have a encounter. I'm going to go for the encounter, do the science, and then we're good, essentially. How much battery do I have? I am not going to tempt fate by trying to transmit science. Not until I'm burning. If I'm burning, I think we're okay. Let's see. Right, log the temperature. Because I can transmit the pressure data and the temperature. As soon as we get back. You open. And then we're gonna do the mystery goo here. I won't be able to. Oh, I could transmit this, but I can't reset it. So we've done the mystery goo now, and now it's just a case of waiting. So it's in 50 minutes. So I'm going to turn this off into hibernating again. because I don't know how quickly we're going to get through our battery charge. So I'm essentially, all I'm going to do is every now and then when I need to do something with the probe, I'm just going to switch it back on again remotely, do what I need to do, and then turn it back off again and just let gravity and momentum and inertia handle the rest. So we're just going to time warp forward, so we're going to wait till we get to our closest point to the moon. We're going to then essentially point backwards the way, the opposite way of where we're going, fire the engines, slow ourselves down so that we get captured in the gravity well, do a couple of orbits, and then just fling ourselves back out and hope that we do it in such a way that we're able to land. We've still got about 600 meters per second, which is kind of close, but I think we can do it. So yeah, we should be okay. I think we're going to be fine. And if not, like I said, we're not going to have any Kerbals that can starve on this. So if it stays in space for a while, that's not the worst thing in the world. I mean, it's also not ideal, but I'm not gonna lose any sleep over it. Okay, right. Let's wake her up. And now what I need to do is fire the engine ever so slightly, spin ourselves around. So we're not doing this in the most efficient fashion. I'll probably left it a bit too late to wake her back up, but we'll be able to get into orbit for sure. And then I reckon we can use the O-berth effect to get ourselves back out. So I think we're still good. Right, let's see what. Right, yeah, where's the moon? There's the moon. Right. Just so we can see how close we're going to get to the surface. Ideally, what I want to do is I want to try and drop us into low orbit in the moon. It means we get 2 sets of signs for the price of 1, essentially. Because you've got different biomes available. So you've got in space high and above the moon, and then you've got in space low above the moon. Certain altitude limits. I can't remember off the top of my head, but we want to get in nice and close. Because we're already high. We've already collected the high data now. But if we can get the same data for low, then that'd be awesome as well. And plus, again, means we can use that O-berth effect to really make the burn home as efficient as possible. Okay. So I think we've got to get below 20,000 meters, I think it is, for a low. I could be wrong off the top of my head. I'm not Googling it yet because I'm kind of busy flying this thing, but... 200,000... 150,000... 100,000... I'm going to just burn it nice and gently. Right, 50, 40... 30... 20, and we're going to stop at 9. There we go. So I'm going to give it a little bit more burn just to give me a chance to do what I need to do. I don't want to get too low though, because I think the highest geographical feature on the moon is 10,000 meters in this game, I think, from ground level, and I don't want to crash into a mountain, so I've got to aim it between 11 and 20,000. I think. I could be completely wrong. In terms of like altitude limits, but I don't want to mess with that. So now what I want to do is I want to do that, and what we're going to do is we're just going to plan our return burn now. We don't want to take too much, but if I do this and then drag it a bit further, because we've got 240 meters to play with. So if I do that, and then add this, that is 82. Right, that will hit, but I don't know how much we need for that. We need 210, so we're going to fall short there. Rutrow. Have that. And then... so that's 17. 243. Oh, I reckon we can do this, but with it'll be squeaky bum time on the fuel. Come on. What we're doing is we're just looking here to wait for that periapsis around Kerbin to appear, which it has done. Okay, so we know we want to get it below 70. You want to really, especially coming from the moon, you want to probably aim for between sort of 50 to 40,000 meters, just so that the reheating isn't too bad. But I'm really having to fine-tune this, which, considering I'm manually flying this, is probably going to be a little bit pointless, because yeah, I'm not going to be able to fly it that accurately. But we're going to give it the old college try. I think we're going to be okay. So we're in orbit. We've already accomplished the mission we set out to achieve. So we're getting money for that. We've just got 37 grand for that. That's about 3 times what we should have earned. Sorry, what we've spent on this mission. So everything's coming up Millhouse right now. We're gonna zoom back over to the probe. Did I turn this thing off? Let's double check. I can't remember if I turned it off or not. I did not. Right, we're gonna switch it off for now and fast forward so we get a bit closer down to the moon. Which hopefully, yeah, that's Kerbin. We're approaching the moon from the dark side at the minute, so I don't think we can actually physically see it, which is, you know, a bit ominous, but it is what it is. Right, let's... if that's the case, if we can't see where we're going, we're gonna jump out to the map. Okay, here we go. And... let's... okay, 3 minutes to burn. We're gonna jump back in. There you go, we're passing by the moon now, which looks decent. I think this is a scatterer mod. I do have a mod that adds like moon rocks and stuff that have collision physics as well. So when we do eventually take a rover around, it's going to be quite fun. Turn that on. So we woke the probe back up. We're going to give a little bit of engine power just to spin ourselves around. And now we're going to start our burn. And we're really just... we're taking this so nice and gently at the minute, just to really, A, preserve that fuel, but also keep the fine-tuning on the actual maneuver as well, because we don't want to be wasting fuel trying to correct maneuvers. There we go, right. So that's saying we're going to run out of fuel on this burn, so we're going to replan the maneuver. 4 days, okay. So we're going to basically try and burn at apoapsis. 454. How much have we got left? 219. So 219. Looks like we are going to miss re-entry, I think. Ever so slightly. I mean, it is what it is. At some point, I'll plan a mission to try and get us back up. get this probe back, but we've done what we needed to do. That's... Can't transmit anything, I think, yet, but... We'll miss out on the science, but we've... In fact, you know what? I'm going to transmit some. I'm going to waste a bit of battery, because we know we're going to miss anyway. Means we're losing out on about 10 science, but it is what it is. Oh right, okay. So we don't have the right type of antenna, so we're not gonna transmit anything. We're just gonna float aimlessly off into space, but we're gonna turn it off, preserve the power as best we can. Because if we get into a position where we potentially intercept the moon again, we can. You never know. We might get lucky and have a interception that slows us down even more and means that we can re-enter the atmosphere. So, we're going to see this out to its conclusion. There we go, right. All the way down we go. I think we might actually be... Here we are, just about... where we need to be. So I'm basically just going to point the engine backwards and burn as high as we can. Yeah, we physically just do not have enough. I have a thought. That's not a good one, but maybe a way I can play this. Because the decoupler we have on will give us a bit of a boost if we activate it, and because we are so far out, I mean, I don't know if it'll work, but it's something we could try just to give ourselves a little bit more of a boost. It might cover the last little bit of distance, I don't know. But once we've burnt our supply of fuel, we're going to give that a go. And the irony is, if we had have had SAS, this would not have been a problem, because the flying would have been a lot more exact. Come on. Okay, let's see. We're nearly out of fuel. Okay, we are out of fuel. So now, what's our apoapsis? 153,000. I'll probably take us down to 100,000, but it won't do much for us. 142, yeah. So we took about 10,000 meters off, but unfortunately, it's just not going to be enough. I mean, the good thing is we still have the batteries and stuff on board. We're going to switch the probe off. I'm just going to let it hibernate until it either gets flung off by the moon, or we go up and collect it, basically. It could be a mission for us in the future, though. Once we get a bit of a shuttle program or something on the go. It'd be nice to have our first ever successful moon vehicle back. But for now, we're gonna return back to the space center. Let's see. Wait for it to load in. I know I keep saying it, but I love the way the visual mods enhance this game. It is great to see. We are going to fast forward ever so slightly, though, just to get a little bit more ambient light. Looks like we might have a weather system rolling in. I can't see. It's a bit of an overcast day anyway. Right. Okay, so we've orbited the moon. What's the next one? Science data from around the moon. Okay, so I can't transmit, can I? I mean that is the next thing, isn't it? Grand scheme of things. Explore it a bit further. Significance. Okay, so now what we need to do, the next mission that we want is, or that they want us to do is basically what we were trying to do in the first place, which is bring a vessel back from orbit to the moon. So we're going to accept that. What do we do for it? We get 13 grand as an advance, which is decent. We're also going to accept science data from the surface of the moon for a probe, and science data from space around the moon. These are all gimmies, essentially. These are what we were planning to do anyway, and that brings us up to our maximum our maximum mission list. But we're going to get rid of 2 of those now. We're just going to create a little probe together with the testing parts that they want us to get, and get that ticked off. Nice and simple. So off you go. Yeet. Cancel. Right, let's go for probe. Yeah, we can stick a fuel tank on it, just to stick things to. We're not burning any of the fuel, so we'll get all the money back. Engine. Oh, you're going to want to go there. That's fine. What's the other mission that we got? Swivel in flight. Yeah, we're never going to be that slow. I might have to turn that mission down. Hammer solid fuel booster at the launch site. That's your boy there, isn't it? Okay, cool. Just absolute monstrosity, but it will do the job. So yeah, these test missions are decent enough. They're basically I won't really tend to take many that like don't that make me go out of my way to get them, if you know what I mean. Like certain scenarios, what I'll tend to do is I'll just grab run test. Yeah, we'll shut that down. Oh wait, hang on a minute. This may go horribly wrong. Yeah. I mean, we got the money back. Oh, someone told him to get out of the control tower. No. We got the money. I don't care. They didn't ask us to test it and bring it back. They just asked us to test it. Oh, I saw that happening Oh god, that was fun. I kind of want to do that again. Oh. Oh. You know what? That was worth it. Normally those test missions are so boring. It's just something you got to get out of the way with. But that made it so worth it. I didn't quite think that through, but to be honest, I'm glad I didn't. Oh. Right. Okay, so we got the money from that anyway. A grand total of 1900 schmeckles. That's it. Right. Science data from space around the moon. Explore them. Oh, these are the active ones. Trickety landing engine at the launch site. Yep. And right, we'll test these as well. These are just free points and prestige and stuff like that. Let's run. One of them's a command pod though, so I'm definitely not gonna. I can't just strap a booster to it. It's actually got to be thought out. Why did I think this was a good idea? Oh, that's fantastic. Right, a landing engine. Chickadee landing engine. Where is it? There it is. Oh, this ain't... Yeah, this isn't going to hurt anyone. In fact, if I have it so it's pointing towards the ground as well, I can only assume... Yeah, we'll do that. Thrust limiter, it doesn't have any fuel though, so we are good. I didn't think. You are correct. Right. Okay, let's see. Let's test you. You shouldn't have any fuel in you. Yeah, we're good. Right, that's tested, and then we just run the test here. Definitely a lot more successful. Yeah, the one downside to not having all the funds to go with the usual success rates. Sorry, the usual. Yeah, the usual rate of income that we'd normally have is that we are going to have to do some of these test missions, which, to be fair, isn't completely unrealistic. You know, these would normally be done anyway several times before any of these parts would be used on a live launch to begin with. So we're just simulating that, but yeah, it doesn't necessarily make for the best watching. So we're now back up to 140k. We unfortunately still need 225k to upgrade this to the point where we can make craft with more than 30 parts. So in terms of large scale launchers, we're still a bit cooked, but we're gonna go for it. Science data from space around Kerbin. I mean, that's a gimme. That's free science anyway. Engine landed at Kerbin. No, we're not going to do that one, because... Yeah, we're not going to do that one. Right, so... Next up is designing pretty much the same probe that we sent previously, but with an antenna that is capable of transmitting. Now, the good thing is that with what we need to do, it's not we don't need to get into orbit now. We've already done that. So for this next mission, all we're going to do is just do the same thing we did on the first one, but yeah, we're just going to essentially do what we did on the first mission, but you know, hopefully with the success rate of the last launch. Right, there we go. Right. Right, so what part are we on? The 30 of 30, so we got to take something off of this. What can I take off of it? To be honest, we're kind of overkill on the battery, so I'm going to drop a couple of batteries out of this, I think. That's going to save us money in the future as well, because it's hauling less stuff. Right. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. And then what that means is we can now strap a communicatron onto it. And we're going to go for... What's your rate? Bandwidth 3.3. These two are identical, basically. So this one, we're going to take this one. I know I said they're nearly identical, but the thing is this one's just a little bit better geared for atmospheric forces, which is what we need, because obviously this is an open top rocket. The other one's decent, but you can't really extend it, and well, you can extend it, but you got to wait till you're in space to do so. Right, this should hopefully be Well, it's a fairly routine matter now, but yeah, this should be a bit more successful. We might actually see one of these things land. Because I won't need to use anywhere near as much fuel to just fly by the moon and take some science and then bring it back. So, yeah, we should be okay. He says, before everything goes wrong. Okay, right, let's go. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that was cool with the volumetric clouds. And then you see these sort of tabletop cloud layers. They are the weather systems that I was on about, so we do have them installed on this save. Right, let's go. Burn away. And now... Come on. Come on. We're going to try and fly this a little bit more efficiently this time as well. Let's see if we can't cruise this thing back to the ground rather than just aim and miss all the time. God, these mods are so cool. I've not played a playthrough with these volumetric clouds before. And there's a few other mods that I've installed that I've never played with before, and I'm thoroughly enjoying it. It's just so cool. At some point in it's going to be probably a future stream, but at some point we're going to get a plane and we're going to fly through some of this stuff. I tend to have a thing every single save I do. I'll tend to load up a deployable science base and I'll fly it off to one of the poles. So we've got probably quite a few like pretty lengthy terrestrial flights to go in this save mode for sure. Right, I need to fire this up again. Come on. There we go. We ditched the lifter stage and we're into the main transit stage now. Still circularizing, but we'll manage that without too much fanfare. We definitely flown this a lot more efficiently than the last one. We're getting better with every launch, I think. Yeah, it's not quite as haphazard as it was at the start of the stream for sure. I think now our limiting factor is funding, which, you know, is kind of what I was going for with the save settings anyway. Okay, we're going to start throttling down because we are about to circularize. And lift the nose up a little bit just because we are going downwards. There we go. Right, we are circularized. We are in space once again. Okay, so just pass the other probe by as we head over on this one. But this one's going to be a much simpler mission, I think. And we're gonna add a maneuver here. I think this is going to be the spot to go. I could be very, very wrong, and it looks like I am. I think a little bit wrong. Ah, there we go, right. And what we're going to do is we're going to be a bit ballsy with this, because I know I've got the fuel to do so. We're going to try and go for a nice close pass by, get the science when we're zipping by the surface, and then return back, just for a bit of added flair. Because I'm getting used to flying these things manually now. So I think I can be fairly exact with it. And, you know, in reality, these things, they'll carry sort of fuel for maneuvering and, like, attitude adjustments and things like that, but they don't have these magical SAS module things installed. Like, they don't necessarily have the reaction wheels or anything like that. That's more of a Kerbal Space Program specific thing. IRL, it's normally done with, like, burning a separate fuel tank and small adjustments here and there, but a lot of the time they'll end up having to fly it sort of roughly like we are now. Maybe more exact, but concept is loosely the same. So if you're here for realism, you're getting it, even if it wasn't part of the plan. Right. That's 2.5 minutes. I reckon that's good enough. We'll bring her out of hibernation. Again, we got one thing we do need to watch is the battery life, just to obviously make sure we get this right, because we did take a couple of batteries out, so we do have less battery life in these things. Okay, right, let's go. So we are closer to the planet now when we're burning, so we do need to keep an eye on the periapsis just a little bit. It looks like we're going to be okay. Yeah, we're getting there. I'm definitely glad I did the design tweaks by moving that goo canister and stuff around, because it makes this thing so much easier to fly. Okay, right, nearly there. Start throttling it down, make the finer adjustments. In fact, what we're going to do is we're going to pretty much just point this straight down at the floor, just to adjust it a little bit. I did start burning a little bit earlier than what I probably should have. Okay, right, I think we are... Actually, I think we're on course to hit the moon, so we're definitely getting that close approach we were after. So, that's fine. We can adjust once we're in orbit anyway, once we're in thingy of the moon. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead, turn this off once again, just to save that all-essential battery power. And yeah. We are going to slowly start taking her up in terms of fast forwarding. I'm going to switch the music over a little bit just as well, because I think we may have been straying out of the copyright protected stuff, and I don't want Twitch to nuke me from orbit, so Yeah, I use the NCS Studio stuff for music within the stream itself, and they're pretty good because they just let you do. They let you use their music for free for streaming, but you need to make sure you credit them properly. And obviously, if I'm straying away from there, I don't necessarily know what the copyright is, so we're just gonna bring it back into where I know I'm safe. Right. Try not to zoom out too much. And just wave at the other probe as we go by it, I guess. We keep it in range the entire time. I'm assuming the Kerbal Space Center is pointing straight at us. May not be too visible on the screen, but there is a faint green line going from us to the planet. And the Kerbal Space Program, sorry, KSC does have like the strongest transmitter receiver sort of thing out of it all. There we go. Right, and yeah, we are definitely en route to hit the moon. So I'm trying to think. Because if I burn outwards, we're going to go behind the moon, which means it's going to accelerate us off, and we're probably going to end up in deep space. So what I need to do, let me just add the maneuver and double check. Oh, right, yeah, well, I need to turn it back on, don't I? Alright, let's have a look-see. So that's a lot of... I could just put her into orbit, maybe. How much fuel we got left? 900. So last time we tried to do this, we had 600. So this is doable. So if I add the maneuver, go there and there. And that's nice and close, and then we burn. That's 104. That is 300. So we'll end up with about 500 meters per second. I think we tried to do the return with 600 meters per second last time. No. We tried to do the return with about 300 meters per second, not 600. We had 600 in the tank. I think this is doable. I mean, I said this last time. I think it's doable. I'm going to risk it. Let's move us back into position. The sooner we do this, the more fuel we save, though. So let's do it. All we're looking for is a positive apoapsis, so... There we go, and I'm just going to slow ourselves down a little bit, because we aren't giving ourselves much time to react and get that science. And then we'll pre-plan the rest of this. Yeah, as you see, if we zoom out, you see that it is just yeeting us out into the cosmos. So we definitely do need to adjust the orbit once we fine-tune it a little bit. 13,000, that's plenty close enough. Alright, let's turn her off again until, in fact, while I've got the computer on, let's slow her down. Yeah, we're gonna go, yeah, nice and wide, but the good thing about the moon is you don't need a whole lot of fuel to really get away from it. Like, if you're on the surface, you need a good whack, but otherwise, like, if you're just in space around it, it's fine. Right, now that I've planned the maneuver, now we can turn it off. But we're approaching from the daylight side now, so we can actually watch the moon get a bit closer and closer and closer. I don't want to take it too quickly. Of course, it means we're going to be doing all of our science and stuff and our burn on the night side. Oh, okay, right. Change the camera angle. That's fine. We should be okay. We are unfortunately on the opposite side of the moon, though, so we don't get any radar signal. I think when we're due to burn, we should be okay. We should just about get line of sight. Just. But it's going to be a bit squeaky bum time, potentially. Come on. Give me some stuff. Again, this is where a comms network would work. Oh, there we go. We're back in line of sight, which is good. This is where a comms network would really, really help. But, you know, it is what it is. Again, we will get around to setting one up so we can start sending, like, lander probes and things like that. But at the moment, we're just trying to build up a fund more than anything. We're going to log the temperature. We're not going to transmit it just yet. We're going to worry about that later on. Log pressure data, and then open this. Give me that mystery goo. Observe mystery goo. Cool. Close. Don't need to close it. I just like to keep things neat. And then yeah, we need to start burning. Why are we not burning? Hibernation's on, that's why. There we go, right, cool. So now we're just going to start burning, just to try and get ourselves back into an orbit, just for extra clout more than anything. We've already got what we need, but we need to now try and set up the return. And it's going to save us a lot more fuel if we get into an orbit around the moon and then return. Just because the gravity assist we're getting to the moon at the moment is it's pulling us along rather than slowing us down, so we need to try and counteract that a little bit. Because even if we were able to sort of aim the gravity assist back at Kerbin, we'd basically be entering the atmosphere at Mach fuck. So we need to avoid that if we can. That'll do. Right, we got all the science we need, we got all that, now we just need to plan to get it home. Alright. You're right, Crafter. You're joining us in the middle of a pretty scuffed career mode save, but we're making progress. Right, so we're just going to try and extend the orbit now. We could try and like lower the orbit as much as we could to get to the moon and try and use that O-berth effect I was talking about earlier. It's still not off the table, but at the moment I just want to have a play around. We've got the time to play around with it, so I'm trying to make a moon base, but I have no idea where to start. I mean, it depends what you're trying to do it for. If you're trying to do it to like farm science and stuff, then I mean, obviously think about what you need to make it self-sufficient. It depends if you're running mods or anything like that. You know, if you're running mods like life support and things like that, where you're going to need to resupply them, need to think maybe, like, could you incorporate the greenhouses and stuff like that to maybe try and make it a bit self-sufficient? If you're doing it just to harvest resources, then you need to make sure the drills have enough power, and you know, you've got ore storage. So it depends what kind of base you're trying to make, really. If it's like a science or a refinery, you can do like one that's both, but you're then starting to look at like a lot of launchers to maintain it and a lot of launchers to get it there in the first place. So yeah, it all depends, really. Right, what am I gonna do here? Let's have a look, see, because I need to try and figure out how I'm gonna do this. Right, that's in 6 days, that's in 2 days. And that's 129, that gives us 500 meters to play with. I don't think I'll be able to... like, the answer is... okay, so stock base. So yeah, with stock stuff, again, like I say, your main thing's going to be refinery and stuff then. So, I mean, if you've not got TAC life support or anything running, that's not too bad, because it means you don't have to... You can limit the amount of, like, resupply runs you're going to have to do. I'm trying to think, to be honest. Let me try and set this return up, and then I'll have a think and get back to you. Do you have Comnet running when you're doing it as well, or not? Like the in-game communication system. Let's have a look. I'm trying to think. Let's go. I mean, I know I've got... I don't know. Okay. Easiest way to know is if you can control your probes without people on board, without line of sight to Kerbin. I'm gonna probably guess not. Honestly, I mean, have a play around with it, build things in the hangar and stuff like that, and see what it looks like, and if you're happy with that. But I mean, you have no stats yet, no satellites yet. Fair enough. I mean, if you've got Comnet activated, then you're probably going to want a bit of a satellite network, potentially. If not, you need to make sure that when you land on the moon, you need to land sort of on this side of it here, not facing away from Kerbin. The reason being is the moon is what we call tidally locked. So the rotation period of the moon is the exact same as its orbital period, meaning it's never, relative to Kerbin, it never rotates. So if you're stood on Kerbin and you looked at the moon, you would always see the same side of it. So it'd be worth choosing a landing site there. In terms of building a base, you can build like small bases that are just like one launch things. As you get more and more advanced, you can like do like dock imports, and like you can build a base on the surface. I'll probably be doing that at some point in this save game, not this stream, because we've got just under an hour left of this stream, but in the future for sure. And you know, that helps because it means it's easier to move and easier to launch. But it's I'm not really the leading expert in any of this. I think people to watch, like on YouTube and things like that, like Matt Lown. He's very good at building bases and things like that. What I'd do is I'd start off just by trying to land things on the moon, get used to how to land things, and then just build up from there, build bigger landers and things like that, and like then build landers that have a function, like a science lab or something involved. And just build up to it, because as you do that, you'll find you'll probably get more and more inspiration and like what works for you, and you'll get your own sort of style of building. Right, let me have a look, see, because I've not been paying attention to my return. Let me have a look, see, what's that? That is, how much delta V is that? That's 500 odd meters per second. That's 129. Again, we're cutting that fine. I don't think that's going to work. Let's get rid. what if I add a maneuver there? It's a bit counterintuitive because I've just burnt that. Go there. And then that's way out. I won't get any range on that. I could leave it. You know what? We're at 13,000 there. I'm going to try something. I'm going to leave this in orbit for a couple of weeks. And I'm going to wait and see if I'm able to reverse the way this works. Let's have a look, see. About to find out. Okay, so we have a working plan. So by waiting for the moon to get round to the other side, I might put the base on the opposite side of the moon and make a control. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely worth it. I've done that in the past, because there's different biomes around the other side of the moon. Alright, let me focus on this and getting my probe back. Add maneuver. I've got to turn the probe core back on. Okay, right. So essentially, just in case you're wondering what I'm doing, I've just waited for the moon to get round to the other side. The orbit's always going to stay the same relative, but it now means that the periapsis is on the leading edge of the moon's orbit, meaning if I burn there now, it's going to slow me down. I've essentially gone from firing at the back of the moon to firing at the front of the moon, relative to its orbit. So what that means now is with little to no fuel input, I can slow myself down considerably. I then go add maneuver, slow myself down. So instead of spending 120 odd meters per second here to get out of the moon's orbit, I'm now spending 28 meters per second, which is a huge, huge profit. And then all I want to do is that is the pretty much perfect approach altitude. So we're going to set that up. That takes 210. So I've now got about 400 meters per second to play with now in the tank, just by waiting a couple of days. In terms of your control point, I've done that in the past because there are biomes and stuff like that give you different science on the opposite side of the moon. The problem with the control point is you're going to need a couple of them in orbit of the moon, just so that they maintain that relay line of sight sort of thing. Because if you have... let's zoom in on... In fact, let me turn this thing off. I've got 2 hours on the clock for that, so that's fine. I'm not about to miss it. But yeah, if you look at the moon, if you, say, have your station here, and then you have a satellite in orbit above it... it's great when the satellite's like in this part of its orbit, but as it passes through here, that's where you're going to lose line of sight to Kerbin. So what you want to do is you want to get 1 or 2 satellites here so that they can relay off each other. So you get, as this satellite would move here, you've got another satellite here or here that it can ping the message up and then ping it to a different satellite, which then pings it back to Kerbin. So if you've got the Comnet stuff on, but that's why, like, for example, on this save I've not just gone straight for trying to put a probe on the surface of the moon. It's because I need the probes to, and I need the satellite comms to support it. It's not really too much of a problem if you've got like a manned base, but then you still need a way of getting the science back, because obviously with the base it's not going to come back to Kerbin, you're not going to take off again, you're leaving it there. So you could achieve it with like 1 satellite that, as it's orbiting around, you've got certain windows where you can transmit all your science. But if you don't want to bother about waiting for something to come into sight or anything like that, then having 2 or 3 satellites usually will help that out massively. You just got to then play around with like trying to get them on the same orbital period and things like that, if you want to get fancy with it. Right. I did turn this off, didn't I? I did. Good. Right. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to fast forward to my burn point. I'm going to start trying to bring this thing home. And I'll tell you what, if I get all the way through this and it... right. Okay, that's slightly, ever so slightly out of sight of the KSC. I might have to burn a little bit earlier just to avoid it. This is fine. Because I only need a little bit of a burn. I don't need a huge one. Okay, we're gonna fast forward a little bit, and I'm gonna burn here. We are burning early, so I'm gonna have to readjust the maneuver node a little bit on the other side. But it's not the end of the world. We've got more than enough fuel for this now. Okay, right. So again, because we don't have any reaction wheels, we're gonna have to burn the engine to get it into position. But there we go. So all we're doing is we're just going to wait for this to get out of the influence. There it is. And now all we're going to do is wait for this. Right, cool. So now what should happen is we should get into... as we leave, we then get this. This is the first one. So there we go. There we go. 3 days, yeah, add maneuver. Oh, hello, okay, never mind. There we go. Cool, I've got the position I need to burn it to now, and I can just adjust to get it back. We might actually succeed in this one at the third time of asking. Let's turn the battery off again. Can't see shit. There we go. There. It's fine, we just lose signal temporarily, just as obviously we go around the dark side of the moon. And now we just need to wait for this thing to orbit around. So now we're back in Kerbin's sphere of influence. We've left the moon officially. I'm going to go all the way around. And now all we need to do is just wait for it to get around. And then burn. And hope and pray that the heat shield's going to hold up, because this thing's going to be going at about 3 kilometers a second. As we land. This thing's going to be fast. Okay, right. Here we go. So let's turn her back on. And go. And now again, all we're going to be doing is just looking at that apoapsis height. We don't need to worry about anything else. We just point at retrograde, which is this yellow symbol here. Means we're firing in the opposite way that we're traveling. And then we're just going to wait for this number here to go down below 70,000. Ideally below 50,000, but not below 30. We don't really want to hit the atmosphere too hard, because the pressure, the G-forces and the temperatures are just going to cause this thing to fall apart. What will probably happen is we'll hit it at about 40 kilometers. We'll go through, we'll skip off the atmosphere the first time, and we'll basically just use it to slow ourselves down, so that by the time we do come into, we get captured by it, we're going slow enough that this thing doesn't get ripped apart by the aero forces. At the speeds we're going to be traveling, it's not going to be like just sitting in a plane. It's going to be like trying to slam this thing into a brick wall. Alright, here we go, nice and slow. 70,000. We're definitely coming back now. 50,000. We're going to go for 40,000. There we go, 40,000, and we're going to see how that holds up. And not like the first one, we're going to turn the battery off to make sure that we definitely get some probe control on re-entry. Because what I'm going to do is as we just about hit the atmosphere, I'm going to burn all the fuel off in this thing and use everything we got in the tank to try and slow ourselves down. So we may even be able to get captured by the first pass if we burn well enough. Okay, here we go. I just realised what I should have done is transmit some of the science before we did this in case it goes wrong, so I don't have to do this again. But, well, we've committed now. We're giving it the old Leroy Jenkins approach. Oh, okay, right, we have hit the atmosphere already, and we need to turn this back on. Flip ourselves around. And now we're just going to burn everything. Now we're going to fire that decoupler because it means the heat shield is now the thing taking the brunt of the forces. And, well, the rest of it's with physics now. We have no more control. The only concern I have is these parachutes are going to get hot. Because they are not protected by the heat shield anywhere near as much as I'd like them to be. Should be okay. Okay, so we've been captured. That's why the camera's just switched. So we are definitely hitting the ground on this pass. The question is, are we going to be hitting it under a parachute or at Mach Jesus? Number you want to be focusing on is this little thing here, the percentage of the critical temperature. That will tell us if it's overheating. It's going down, meaning that I think we've got through the worst of it. I think I think everything's coming up Millhouse now. Yeah, we are through the worst of it. This thing's going to come down under its own steam. We've got plenty of electric charge as well. Meaning we've got enough battery to deploy the parachutes as well. And hopefully we can put her down over some water. Is kind of where I'd like it to go. Give it a softer landing, because I don't know how this is going to impact the ground under these parachutes, if I'm honest. This could still go wrong right at the death. There we go. So now we just got to wait for it to do its natural thing and brake using the air forces. And yeah, as soon as it gets under 500 meters per second, we can drop the parachutes. I'm probably going to let it drop a bit further, probably till we get sort of around about 5,000 meters, just so that we're not waiting forever. But the way this thing is handling, I don't think we're going to struggle to bring it down safely under the parachutes, you know. Yeah, we're good. So we're now subsonic again, so I think in KSP the speed of sound's like, I think it's like 320 odd meters per second. I could be wrong. I think it's modeled after the real speed of sound, but I can't remember it off the top of my head. I seem to remember 320 meters per second being roughly where you start going supersonic. So we're going to pass through these volumetric clouds then. So we're going to pop the parachutes out now. They'll slow us down nice and easy. We got 2 of them, so I'll be very surprised if we come down too fast. We're going to fast forward ourselves. Yeah, you see the rain off in the distance as well with that tabletop cloud. Cool, and now we're just going to fast forward all the way down. We are so safe, it's unreal. 3.2 meters per second. That's actually going to be our most gentle landing so far, and this is the one we didn't stick a Kerbal into. But yeah, 3rd time a try, and we finally sent a probe to the moon and brought it back in one piece. So progress is real. I think we've got some rain coming our way, actually. It is so cool, honestly. I'm in love with this this volumetric cloud mod. It's so much fun. That rain is coming our way, by the way, so we might get rained on in a second. Safe as houses, all the way down to the ground. Oh, that's the thunder off in the distance, I think. Oh, wait, I want to see if this weather comes at us. Yeah, that storm's coming right at us. Yeah, there you go. It's not easy to see because it's not like it's not like modded to splash against the water, but you can hear the rain sounds, and yeah, it is raining on us. We're going to dive back to the Space Center anyway, just because it keeps bouncing around. And I don't want it to die. Last thing I need is it getting torn to pieces by a storm after going through all that. Awesome, there we go. 127 science. We got all the science. Science for days. And yeah, we've just had a huge payout there. 303 grand we now have in total, thanks to the payout from the science missions. Meaning we can upgrade this, meaning we can make better vehicles. Yeah, everything's coming up Millhouse. We can make bigger rockets, better rockets. This is exciting times now. Right, let's upgrade the vehicle assembly building. We can now build actual rockets that do stuff other than suck. We're now also going to have a look and see what we can unlock. So we've got enhanced survivability, has nothing at the minute. This could be useful. What I'm going to look for at the minute is just things to enhance our ability to land on the Mun. That's the next thing that we're going to work towards, is getting a probe in position. We do need to have a look and make sure that we try and create a comm satellite, but I'll have a look. We've only got about half an hour left of the stream before I jump off, because obviously it's like half 9 at night where I am, so I need to start winding down. But for the next stream, what I'm definitely going to look for is putting a probe on the Mun and progressing the program a little bit. But to do so, we need to try and figure out what we're going to do. We do need to set up a comms network to make that workable. So I need to. What I'll do between now and the next stream is I'm going to research relearn how best to get that done. and then we can go from there really. But for now, let's have a look. Because we've got 127, so we can afford one. Well, we can afford 2 of these, or we can take one and then try and get another one. We need landing systems more than anything. So this is what we're working towards, this landing system here. So if I take flight control, that gives us a small inline reaction wheel, which is something we need. That's the SAS module that I was talking about. It means we can be so much more precise with our control of these probes. I won't have to relearn how to fly it manually. You got landing, so this means that we can, yeah, bigger heat shields, landing struts, landing gear, bigger parachutes. I think that's where we're going to go, because I think we do have a relay satellite here. Yeah, so we already have a relay satellite unlocked, so we could create a comm network today if we wanted to, if, you know, time wasn't a factor. However, obviously, funding is still a thing. But we could do this quite easily, I think, because we only need really 3 satellites in orbit of the Mun to get this done, which is quite simple to do. But what we need to do to get the control that we need on these probes is we're going to unlock this one first, the flight control, and then we're going to try and get a little bit of Kerbal inside science, just to unlock this one, and then I think for the next stream we'll then start plugging away at getting a probe on the Mun. So we'll unlock this. We are short of this by 8 science points. We can put that together. Yeah, we can definitely put that together. So how do I do that? Right. Explore Kerbin. Why do I want to explore Kerbin? Rendezvous 2 vessels in orbit of Kerbin. We're not doing that just yet. Launch site. Poodle. Ooh, the Poodle's a good engine. That's for your sort of bigger ones, though. We aren't going to have any need for it just yet. But we are going to take that contract, because it means that we can test something. Test the decoupler at Kerbin, so... I don't know if... I think we have to, like, launch and then re-land again for that to be valid, so we're not going to play with that, because we're still trying to get rid of the last test mission that we took from them. Yeah. Let's leave the facility. Gonna make another little bitch probe, and just try and hack away at that last 8 pieces of science. We get that, we unlock it, we're in good standing for the next stream. So, Robo Dobodyne. We also have, we've now unlocked our first 2-person crew capsule as well, meaning that we can send a scientist up, or with a pilot, or we can send an engineer up with a pilot. So, yeah, we're progressing. We're getting there. Okay, so let's go for your bog standard. What was it? It's the Poodle. Oh, I'm gonna empty this of fuel first, so we don't have a repeat of the last test mission we had to do. If there's no fuel for it to burn, there's no way for it to yeet us into orbit. All right. So this is the Poodle. It's a 2.5 meter engine. This, I think, to be honest, is one of the main workhorse engines alongside the Terrier, because again, it's the same sort of thing. It's quite low profile, and when you get up to the bigger rocket sizes, and it's just very, very efficient. And yeah, you can choose different variants of it if you want to. Alright, so I've got to test that. That's the only thing I've got to test. So the rest is just going to be slapping science experiments on. So we've already done these experiments at the launch site, but we're going to do them again. And then we're going to do the same at the spaceplane hangar, because the runway is a different biome to the launch site. Meaning that we get a whole new batch of science by doing these exact same experiments at the launch at the runway, which is great for us because obviously it means we plug away a little bit at these science deficits that we've got. We just need enough power to do the science itself. We don't need to transmit, so I'm not going to bother with any batteries. But yeah, you can get quite a lot of science just by building a rover once you've researched it. Build a rover, a small rover, go around Kerbal Space Center, and just do a bunch of science in next to every building, like the space, the launch pad and the assembly building. They're two different biomes. Then you got the tracking station, which is its own biome. You can rack up. I don't know how much it is, but I wouldn't be surprised if you could rack up like over 100 to 200 science just by going around the space center. Keep experiments. Log temperature. We're not going to get anything from this. It is what it is. Go. Okay, we're going to recover that. So that's another 2, and then we'll try and get everything from the runway, and we should get a lot more from the runway because we haven't done anything on that yet. And then we'll unlock the relevant bits. So we're just under 5 science short, which is fine. Go, and let's just hoil this on. There we go. And you. And you. And you. Send this out to the runway. Get this last bit of science, and then we are good. Not bad for 5 hours of progress, I think. I started this career mode about 5 hours ago, so we've gone into orbit. We've sent something to fly by the moon and come back. We're now starting to get a little bit of momentum. Yeah, we're going to make up the science deficit here for sure. There we go. I mean, realistically, honestly, what I probably should have done is set the stratagem to Curb inside science, because you get a bonus to your science when you research biomes in the space center there, but it would have meant cancelling our current one, and we would have taken a fat penalty for it, so it's not the best idea I've ever had in my life. Right. We do now have the science, though, to go and get landing legs. So where we're at now, then, is we have the technology to send probes into space. We still, I think, do not have solar panels. Thinking about it, that is, yeah, that's something. We've got radiator panels. Why have we got radiator panels before solar panels? That sucks. What's this do? Slow to charge up. When triggered, it will... Yeah, cool, whatever. So that is something we still need. Storage technology. No, we don't need that. That's more for your colonies. Recycling. Again, we don't need that just yet. They're added by mods. These are all the planetary base systems that I use. They look quite cool. And yeah, you can convert the Kerbals waste into like fertilizer for growing crops and things like that. It's quite cool. These are like ground experiments that you can run. So here we go, photovoltaic panels. So we still need another 90 science to get that. So we might have to cut around Kerbal Space Center for a bit at the start of next stream, just so that we can... The problem is that we can send probes into space, but we can't leave them out there for, like, infinite durations, because they just have batteries. It's not like they can recharge them, so that electronic resource is finite resource. What we need is the solar panels so that we can send them up into space, and then they can recharge their own power cells. Once we do that, then we can then we can start cooking. Basically, we can start getting these comm networks, because we can't establish a comm network until we get those solar panels, which I've only just realised after spending the points that we earned. But that's not a huge problem. We'll still need to, like, build up a little bit of funds as well at the start of next stream, because 79 grand, you can make a cheap comm network for maybe a half that, maybe about 40 grand. But then we're cutting it very, very fine to the margins for future missions. But yeah, so that's where we're going to be for the next stream. I think is build a little bit of funds. We're going to need to do something to get some science. It might just be an hour or so of grinding around KSC. Do I even have any wheels? I do have wheels now, I think. I do have wheels now, which is good, because that means I can actually drive around this Kerbal Space Center. Well, I'll say drive. I can roll around the Kerbal Space Center a little bit, so I can maximize as much as we can get. Yeah. So yeah, that's where we're at for next stream. I think we're gonna call it there. But yeah, I'll be playing this again next week, Saturday. So if you want to follow along, see my progress in real time, you know, maybe learn a couple of things about the game if you want, then by all means make sure you hit that follow button, because it will send you notifications when I'll go live. Between now and Saturday, I have a Formula 1 stream that I run on Wednesday nights, 5 o'clock UK time again, which will be for any sort of racing fans. It'll basically be a couple of hours of me practicing a track and then going into a league race at 8 o'clock UK time. Next week we'll be racing around Mexico, so it should be quite decent, and that'll be round 2 of 20 that we're on. So it's going to be every Wednesday for basically the next 6 months that I'll be racing. But you get to see the process I have of prepping for a race, learning a track, and then you get to see me actually compete against sort of other real drivers, other real world drivers, and yeah, see how we get on there. But anyway, I'm gonna call the stream there. We know where we're gonna be. Let me quickly save this so that we don't lose our progress, because that would piss me off. Yeah. Quick save that game, invalid save game name. Right, okay, right, 1 sec. Right, cool, right. Save 1. That'll do just for now. So we've saved the game, and yeah, we're gonna call the stream there. Like I said, Wednesday night we've got the Formula 1 stream, and then Saturday night, this time next week, we'll have another Kerbal Space Program stream. Make sure you hit that follow button to have a reminder, and then also make sure you check out things like YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, all that sort of stuff. They're all linked in the channel page, and the support would be appreciated very much so. But yeah, thank you for turning up. Thank you for staying with me and bearing with me as I've fumbled through trying to get back into the game after 2 years away. I've really enjoyed it. I'm looking forward to next week. Hopefully you guys are too. But yeah, for now, that will basically be it for the stream. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for being so active in the chat as well. I really appreciate it. It would have been good if I'd have set my chat widget up to show it though, wouldn't it? Because it's just in the Twitch chat and not actually on your screens. But I'll get that fixed for next stream as well. But yeah, once again, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for your support. And yeah, I will see you in the next one. Goodbye.
I don't wanna risk it all again, but I don't wanna be on my own. It always goes much better in my head, but the feelings end up wasted. So I'm sorry for breaking down when you said you got me. I'm used to being let down, but I'm hoping if I'm falling too fast, then you'll catch me. You'll catch me. So I'm sorry that you might have to see I'm not flawless. I promise that I'm facing my problems. If I'm falling too fast, will you catch me? Will you catch me before I crash? I'm so afraid that you'll run out of patience. Trust me, I know how it feels to be hopelessly waiting. Sometimes I don't know if I can even change, but I'm still trying. So I'm sorry